Chapter 305. The 7 Grand Duchies were Helentina's Helen Duchy, Alec Ambridge's Bavenden Duchy, Bert Zilly's Boulet Duchy, Randy Allard's Bonton Duchy, Benedict Sackville's Narsen Duchy, Augie Kirrant's Zetman Duchy, and Nahum Beji's Bisley Duchy. The total area of the 7 Grand Duchies added up wasn't much smaller than the Lancelot Empire. However, the 7 Grand Duchies were at war with each other all year round, seemingly showing no signs of stopping. Currently, Helen Duchy, Narsen Duchy, Etman Duchy, and Bonton Duchy were participating in this battle outside of Helen Duchy's borders. Grand Duke Benedict of Narsen Duchy was in the prime of his life and coveted Helen's beauty. In order to win the beauty's heart, he joined forces with Helen Duchy to help her resist the invasion of Etman Duchy and Bonton Duchy. Benedict coveted Helen's beauty and had the idea of obtaining all the beauty of the human nation. However, Helen had always adopted a lukewarm attitude towards Benedict Sackville's crazy pursuit. This made Benedict Sackville's heart itch, and he tried his best to curry favor with her. He often led Narsen Duchy's army to lead the charge at Helen's invitation. Helen of the Helen Duchy on the Bald Mountain was wearing a fiery red magic robe. There was a profound magic pattern on her bulging chest, and her long red hair fluttered in the wind. Complemented by the red fire phoenix beneath her, Helentina was as dazzling as a goddess of fire. On the hillside below her, Benedict of the Narsen Duchy stood in front of a luxurious carriage in an exquisite and clean suit. With a calm and confident smile on his face, he looked at the soldiers of Etman and the Bonton Duchy who were attacking the bare mountain. Han Shoror flew above the mountain and glanced at the battle that was in full swing. He thought of the location where Troda's wealth was hidden and was momentarily stunned. It was different from the valley where the mithril mine was produced last time. This bald mountain was made purely from a kind of sturdy limestone. For the Earth Elite zombie, he could move unimpeded through the soft soil, but the entire bald mountain made of limestone wasn't something he could enter as he pleased. If the Metal Elite zombie of the place of extreme metal could be refined, the Metal Elite zombie that could pierce through mountains and split rocks would be able to easily charge in. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of the place of extreme metal had yet to be determined. Naturally, the Metal Elite zombie had no way of obtaining it. Therefore, as he stared at the unending battle on the bald mountain, Han Shoror could only think of other methods. Standing high in the sky and looking down at the bald mountain, Han Shoror furrowed his brows as he pondered whether or not he should take the opportunity to sneak in. Troda's wealth was hidden under Helentina, and Benedict stood beside the carriage. The reason why Troda hadn't stored all of his wealth in his space ring was because he was afraid that someone would assassinate him and obtain his space ring. This Troda was also sufficiently dissolute. He kept 3 mistresses and 2 sons in the Helen Duchy. One of the mistresses he trusted the most had already been properly arranged by him. Once the news of his death was known by that mistress, the treasure at the bottom of this bald mountain would become the pillar of support for that mistress and his son's next life. Therefore, before the news reached that woman's ears, Han Shoror still needed to plunder the 400,000 gold coins worth of treasures as soon as possible. Just as Han Shoror was contemplating the method below, Grand Duke Helentina of Helen Duchy, who was being looked down at by Han Shoror, actually sensed Han Shoror's gaze. Grand Duke Helen furrowed her brows, and a magic staff embedded with a large piece of firespark stone suddenly appeared in her hand. This magic staff had an amplifying effect on fire magic. Helen raised it and pointed it at Han Shoror. Raging flames condensed into 5 human-sized fireballs that swept towards Han Shoror in the sky. "Hateful woman," Han Shoror cursed in a low voice. He extended his left hand and nimbly moved his 5 fingers. Faint purple flames wove into a profound ice net, trapping all 5 enormous fireballs within. He used the mystical glacial spellfire's purple magic flames to form a magic net, wrapping the 5 fireballs and causing them to emit sizzling smoke. The extremely cold air instantly ground away all the fire magic elements in the 5 fireballs. Scattered sparks slowly floated down, forcing Helen to raise up a magic barrier. "Who is it?" Helentina looked up at the sky and only saw a black dot under the sunlight. When she discovered that the fireballs had been easily dissolved, she immediately put away her contempt and asked cautiously. Snorting coldly, Han didn't pay attention to Helentina and flew towards the back of the bald mountain. He planned to temporarily leave this area and think of a way later. Behind the desolate mountain, Han had already seen some soldiers of Helen City. They seemed to be pushing some kind of enormous war equipment up the mountain. They were planning to ambush and kill some soldiers to change their clothes and join the ongoing battle. When Helentina saw that Han only snorted coldly and flew towards the back of the mountain without another word, she was alarmed. She shouted at Benedict below, "You guard this place well. There are magic cannons being pushed behind the mountain. A dangerous person has gone over there. I must immediately go and take a look." Without waiting for Benedict Sackville's response, Helentina patted the fiery phoenix beneath her. This super-rank magical beast Fiery Phoenix's gorgeous and bright feathers fluttered in the air like ribbons. Wearing a fiery red magic robe, Helentina flew towards the back of the mountain like a raging inferno. These magic cannons contained strange magic elements that were repelled by space rings. They couldn't be directly stored in space rings and could only be slowly pushed by manpower. Helentina had planned for this battle for a long time. Her trump card was to use this batch of magic cannons and the high terrain of the mountain to bombard the area below. After preparing for such a long time and finally tricking the two enemy duchies to this place with great difficulty, Helentina absolutely wouldn't let anyone ruin her plan. Therefore, when she saw Han fly towards the back of the mountain, she immediately spared no effort to stop him. Han had just flown to the back of the mountain when a fiery red shadow swiftly arrived before he could carry out his plan. 5 slender fire snakes, each 7 meters long and lifelike, wriggled their slender bodies in the air, splitting into 5 different directions as they coiled towards Han. The dance of the fire snake spell could only be cast by a fire archmage. With the help of the Firespark stone embedded staff in her hand and the mental strength amplification ring on Helentina's left hand, the dance of the fire snake spell that an archmage could originally only release 3 fire snakes was now able to release 5 at the same time. The 5 fire snakes wriggled through the air, the scorching heat causing the air to crackle. The surging red flames were so fierce that it seemed as if they would immediately burn Han into charcoal if they approached him. Han was stunned. He had originally looked down on Helentina, thinking that she was an ambitious woman who only knew how to scheme and use her beauty to get ahead. He hadn't expected that she actually had real skills. Her astonishing strength and extraordinary beauty gave Han quite a shock. The snow-white bone spurs bloomed like flowers, and the hard white bones became soft. Under Han nimble manipulation, they weaved into an enormous bone shield. Endless darkness covered the scorching sun, and the dark fog also covered the area just as the bone shield appeared in front of Helentina. The red glow of the 5 fire snakes wasn't enough to illuminate the dark fog that covered even the scorching sun. When the 5 fire snakes lost their target and coiled around the bone shield, roasting the hard bone shield until it was pitch black, Helentina suddenly couldn't feel a trace of Han presence at all. The dark fog disappeared as quickly as it had come. A light breeze blew past, and the thick fog that had covered the sky just now surprisingly faded away. When the rays of the scorching sun once again shone on the small mountain, Han figure had disappeared without a trace in the clear sky. All that was left was the pitch-black bone shield that had lost the support of its magical power. It scattered into dark bone fragments and fell to the ground. Taking out a white glove with silver threads embroidered on it, Helentina casually grabbed a piece of broken bone that had fallen to the ground. She glanced at the bone in her hand that was as black as ink, and her bright eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. She muttered to herself, "It's actually a damned necromancer. Where did this person come from?" After muttering to herself for a while, Helentina didn't have any clues. She naturally assumed that Han had taken advantage of the dark fog to escape. Turning her head back to look at the group of soldiers still busily pushing the magic cannons, Helentina shouted delicately, "Hurry up, move all these magic cannons up the mountain." The shirtless soldiers who were immersed in their work all took the time to shout yes when they heard this. They secretly glanced at the goddess of their hearts, intoxicated. Their bodies seemed to be filled with an indescribable energy, and their strength suddenly increased by quite a bit. In a corner of a large boulder, a soldier who was holding onto the rack of the magic cannons revealed a trace of playfulness in his eyes. He was like a ferocious beast hibernating in the dark, looking at Helentina as if she were its prey. He laughed softly. Helen Duchy, Helentina. Brettel City's plundering has fattened you guys. It's time for you to shed some blood. Chapter 306. As soon as the female Grand Duke of Helen Duchy left, the previously dispersed dense fog once again slowly converged. The clear sky was covered in ink, turning it pitch black to the point where one couldn't even see their own fingers. The soldiers of Helen Duchy, who were doing their utmost to push the magic cannons, couldn't help but scream in fear. Within the inky darkness, an erratic shadow moved unrestrainedly. Unsuppressible mournful cries of alarm rang out wherever the shadow passed. These mournful cries of alarm would abruptly stop as soon as they started. The soldiers who had wandered back and forth between life and death many times quickly understood what it meant when these cries abruptly stopped. All sorts of unreconciled howls were isolated by the darkness. The thick black fog concealed the cruelty of the massacre. When the fog truly dissipated, there were over 40 corpses on the ground. Every corpse had been killed by a sharp weapon piercing through the nape of their necks. A total of 6 magic crystal cannons, 5 meters tall and 6 meters long, shone brightly after the fog dispersed. These magic crystal cannons were made from magical silver and all sorts of strange metals. Their barrels were engraved with profound and cryptic miniature magic arrays. The silver-grey magic crystal cannons were abnormally heavy and definitely couldn't be easily moved. Specks of black light flickered as if the light of the stars had appeared at the same time as the scorching sun. Heavy and stiff bodies appeared one after another beside the magic crystal cannons. 60 zombie warriors divided themselves into 6 groups and carefully guarded the 6 heavy magic crystal cannons as they pushed them down the bare mountain. It was indeed very difficult to push the simple and unadorned magic crystal cannons up the mountain. However, it naturally didn't take too much effort to push them down from halfway up the mountain. The 6 magic crystal cannons that had been pushed up the mountain with great difficulty by the Helen Empire's soldiers didn't even take a tenth of the time it took for the 60 zombie warriors to push them down to the foot of the mountain. Of course, these incomparably large and expensive magic crystal cannons weren't only guarded by a few dozen laborious. Only a few soldiers in charge of guarding the cannons were still shrouded in the dark fog and hadn't walked out. At the foot of the mountain, the 1,000 or so soldiers who had painstakingly delivered the magic crystal cannons from the Helen Duchy immediately realized that there was a problem when they saw the magic crystal cannons that had just been pushed up quickly slide down. The ones pushing the cannons weren't their own soldiers either. Before the 1,000-odd soldiers could react, the ground at the foot of the mountain suddenly split open. Along with a rumbling sound, a total of 6 extremely expensive magic crystal cannons rolled into the suddenly split open ravine one after another. The deep crevice was so long and deep that even after the 6 magic crystal cannons fell into it, they didn't make any muffled sounds. The 60 zombie warriors who had completed their mission disappeared into thin air one after another under the flabbergasted gazes of the soldiers in the back of the mountain. Only the deep marks left behind by the magic crystal cannons proved that they had indeed existed. "Captain, what should we do?" The junior captain looked at the senior captain eagerly. His brain was sluggish as he stared at the gully that was constantly healing, and he asked in a dry voice. "Inform the Duke. 6 magic crystal cannons are worth 600,000 gold coins. If we can't get them back, our lives will be over." The senior captain had a terrified expression on his face. He had originally planned to flee this place regardless of everything. However, when he thought of Grand Duke Helentina's ruthlessness, as well as his parents in Helen City, he stayed here like a boulder, already prepared to die. While the two of them were talking, the gully that had suddenly split open in the ground actually miraculously healed after devouring the 600,000 gold coins worth of magic crystal cannons. All of this was unimaginable before their eyes, and the shock it brought to them actually temporarily diluted some of the fear in their hearts. In the sky above the bald mountain, Helentina, who had returned empty-handed, once again returned to Grand Duke Benedict Sackville's side. The phoenix's feathers fluttered in the wind, causing Helentina's figure to appear even more beautiful and radiant. What happened? Nothing unexpected happened, right? Although Benedict was already middle-aged, his elegant and erudite noble temperament, in addition to the charm of a mature man, had a fatal attraction to ordinary women. Benedict, who had hunted countless women, looked at what was perhaps the most difficult prey to obtain in this lifetime and calmly inquired as usual. "His escaped. It's an evil necromancer." Helentina revealed a reserved smile. She wasn't stingy with her smile as she spoke in a slow and gentle tone. "So it's just a cowardly necromancer. He, an insignificant character who doesn't affect the overall situation, shouldn't have any effect on our plans." Benedict made this judgment with a peace of mind. He didn't express any further opinions on the matter and casually asked, "When can the magic crystal cannons arrive? I really want to quickly see those despicable invaders fall apart under the bombardment of the magic crystal cannons. They're already halfway up the mountain. They'll appear soon. I spent a large amount of money to purchase these 6 magic crystal cannons from the Brut Merchant Alliance. I've already tested their power a long time ago. You'll definitely see fresh blood blossom like fresh flowers." Helentina, who had tried to destroy a small forest with a single cannon shot, already had a picture of the enemy's flesh and blood splattering in her mind. Helentina, who had walked through blood and fire until now, was similarly filled with anticipation. Lord Duke, it's bad, it's bad." The junior captain at the bottom of the mountain ran over while stumbling, shouting loudly with a terrified expression. "What is it?" Helentina's brow furrowed. She was very displeased in her heart and shouted unkindly at the junior captain who had disturbed her mood. "All 6 magic crystal cannons are gone." Although the junior captain was terrified, there was nothing he could do. He could only stammer out the truth with fear in his heart. What? Helentina, who had fallen from the peak into the abyss, felt a bit dizzy for a moment. She couldn't adapt to this sudden contrast at all and didn't realize that her shrill voice was contrary to her usual elegance. Some zombies pushed the 6 magic crystal cannons down the mountain, and then a ravine suddenly split open in the ground, swallowing all 6 magic crystal cannons. After the cannons disappeared, the ravine healed and the ground became flat again. "That's the truth." The junior captain lowered his head and quickly described what had happened. He didn't dare to raise his head to look at Helentina's eyes. An enormous fireball shot out and the raging flames immediately submerged the junior captain. Helentina's face was covered in a layer of frost amidst his mournful screams. She once again flew towards the back of the mountain on her fire phoenix, her anger soaring to the heavens. The fire phoenix danced gracefully in the air and sparks shot out. Benedict was certain that the soldiers in charge of escorting the cannons were going to be in big trouble. "Lord Duke, what should we do? Do we still need to firmly guard this small mountain?" As soon as Helentina left the bald mountain, a military officer with a straight back and gloomy expression beside Benedict Sackville immediately asked in a deep voice. Benedict Sackville shook his head and the elegant and calm expression on his face disappeared. With a calm face, he shouted, "Without the magic crystal cannons, this battle is purely a waste of military strength. We naturally can't do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. Let's go, we'll immediately withdraw from this bald mountain. You only need to notify Kaba of Helen Duchy. I think he'll know what to do." Nodding his head, the military officer didn't waste any more words and directly left Benedict Sackville's side. He continuously issued orders to the high-ranking officers under him to retreat. Benedict Sackville was indeed pursuing Helentina. However, Benedict Sackville had the wonderful idea of swallowing up the entire Helen Duchy. In essence, Benedict Sackville was still a duke who only cared about profit. He wouldn't waste his own strength for the sake of his pursuits. When Narsen Duchy's army was ordered to retreat, the soldiers of Helen Duchy that Helentina had left seemed to realize that the situation was anything but reassuring. After some negotiations, Kaba, the commander of Helen Duchy's army, cleanly issued the order to retreat. Under the rain of arrows, the soldiers of Narsen Duchy and Helen Duchy that were defending the valley quickly dispersed like a tide. The battle that was in full swing dissipated just as quickly as it started. The battle stopped after 3,000 corpses were left on the bald mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The 2 opposing duchies, who had waited for the soldiers of Helen Duchy to leave the city with great difficulty, saw these people neatly withdraw from the mountain. Under the command of their leaders, They circled around the mountain and chased after the Narsen and Helen Duchy. Apart from the corpses all over the ground, there were only 300 soldiers from Etman and Bontun Duchy who were cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the remaining supplies. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye and the majority of the troops had left the Bald Mountain. The 300 soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield suddenly felt as if the day had turned into night. The sky was covered by a thick layer of dark green clouds. The remaining soldiers who were collecting supplies from the corpses looked up at the dark green clouds in the sky, full of doubt. All the weapons and armor had been gathered into 5 large piles. The 300 soldiers who had just completed their mission suddenly discovered in horror that the bodies of the soldiers who had just died were slowly wriggling within the dark green clouds of death. They stood up in grotesque shapes. 3,000 corpses were scattered in all directions. Once they all stood up, they immediately surrounded the 300 soldiers who were cleaning up the battlefield. Under the effects of the necromancy demons, the 3,000 corpses didn't take long to transform the 300 soldiers into existences similar to themselves. Under the control of Han Shoror's evil power, the 3,000 zombies that had been resurrected with sluggish expressions lined up neatly and headed in the direction of Helen Duchy. As the spellcaster, Han Shoror arrived at the place where Benedict Sackville had just been. Using Troda's memories, he successfully entered the underground and obtained the inheritance that Troda had prepared for his mistress and child. Chapter 307. Han Shoror had just finished collecting the 5 piles of materials from the mountain into his space ring when he suddenly discovered a large mass of pure and holy light illuminating the earth in the distance. The pure and holy light caused Han Shoror to instinctively loathe it. Wisps of light smoke rose from the light and dissipated between heaven and earth. After collecting all the valuable items on the mountain, Han Shoror raised his head and gazed into the distance. He discovered that the 3,000 zombies that had majestically marched towards Helen Duchy had turned into ashes after being bathed in the pure and holy light. Not a single one was left in the short span of a few minutes. Through the Yin demon's line of sight, Han Shoror saw a group of 4 people gliding over on war horses. 3 of them wore silver-grey armor with the cross of the Church of Light engraved on the chest of their armor. A white-robed light mage held a thick scripture in his hands. Every time he flipped a page of the scripture in his hands, a vast amount of holy energy would overflow. Helentina of Helen Duchy rode her fire phoenix and advanced side by side with the 4 of them. Her pretty face was filled with anger and a biting cold killing intent as they rapidly approached the mountain. A Yin demon that had come to spy on them was planning to get a closer look at them. The white-robed light mage holding the scripture seemed to have sensed it. His wise and bright eyes stared in the direction of the Yin demon as he flipped another page of the scripture in his hands. A beam of white light suddenly shot out from the page of the scripture and struck the invisible Yin demon in an instant. When the beam of white light hit the Yin demon that Han Shoror had spent a lot of materials to refine was wrapped up by a strange energy and turned into ashes in an instant. Even the soul imprint that Han Shoror had planted in it no longer existed. A slender eye opened in the sky above Han Shoror. The white-robed light mage in the distance suddenly closed the scripture. His eyes seemed to pass through layers of obstacles and directly fell on Han Shoror's body. He said in a peaceful voice, "He's on the mountain." The 3 Templars raised their horses, which were also wearing silver armor. Their horses suddenly sped up and flew toward the Bald Mountain. The white-clothed light mage leisurely abandoned his horse and slowly floated up. He was even faster than the 3 Templars on their horses. Helentina, who had been flying at a low altitude on the Fire Phoenix, shouted when she heard this, and the Fire Phoenix immediately soared into the sky. A ball of fiery red light streaked across the sky, arriving above the Bald Mountain in a few breaths. The annihilation of a Yin demon not only aroused Han Shoror's anger, but also made Han Shoror realize how terrifying the strength of the people from the Church of Light was. Especially the light mage with the scripture in his hand. He had destroyed Han Shoror's Yin demon with just a wave of his hand. His entire person and the scripture were very mysterious, causing Han Shoror to be on guard. With Han Shoror's high speed and the Earth Elite zombies' invisibility, Han Shoror wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, when he saw the eye of the sky appear above his head, Han Shor didn't choose to retreat. At the very least, he wanted to meet the light mage who had destroyed his yin demon and see the situation before deciding if he needed to retreat. The magically condensed eye of the sky above his head required an unending supply of mental strength from its caster. When the light mage discovered that Han Shor was standing motionless in his original spot, he immediately withdrew the eye of the sky, no longer providing it with a large amount of mental strength. Helentina, who was wearing a fiery red magic robe and riding a fire phoenix, landed in front of Han Shor like a flame under the gorgeous sunlight. Helentina was about 27 or 28 years old, her gentle and beautiful face covered in frost. She coldly stared at Han Shor from atop the fire phoenix and said, "Hand over the 6 magic crystal cannons immediately." With a calm and natural expression, Han Shor raised his head to look at Helentina. He curled his lips and lightly laughed, saying, "This is only a little interest that your Helen Duchy has to pay. Remember, the 6 magic crystal cannons are only the beginning. I will make you spit out the things you've plundered all these years, bit by bit." "Who are you?" Helentina was first angry when she heard this, but then she seemed to recall something and began to interrogate Han Shor about his identity and origins. "Heh, you'll know soon enough." Han Shor casually replied and didn't continue to look at her. He placed all his attention on the light mage who had already arrived. "Please come with us to the Church of Light. As long as you are able to recognize your sins, the God of Light will forgive your recklessness and ignorance." Red-robed Archbishop Koss looked at him calmly, as if he was the host inviting a guest. Koss and Ferguson were both grand magi. However, apart from light magic, Koss also cultivated wind magic. In addition, he held the Church of Light's divine artifact revelation. He could borrow divine power through the revelation in his hands. His strength was much higher than Light Grand Magus Ferguson's by a large margin. Koss, who was only 45 years old, was able to hold the position of a Red Archbishop. This showed that Koss was absolutely not an ordinary person. Above a Red Archbishop was the Light Pope, the emissary of God of Light in the human world. As the youngest Red Archbishop, Koss had a very high chance of becoming the next Light Pope. "I'm sorry, I don't have the time." Han Shor bluntly refused as he looked at Koss indifferently. The 3 Templars finally arrived. The road on the Bear Mountain wasn't too rugged, so they hurried over with their horses. Standing on top of the mountain, Han Shor gazed into the distance and discovered a group of a few dozen knights in silver armor slowly appearing in the distance. It seemed that Koss' group of 4 had abandoned those people and gone ahead of them. "My lord, there's nothing to say to this heathen. He brutally killed Lord Ferguson. Such a sin should be burned to death by the karmic fire." One of the Templars coldly glanced at Han Shor and suggested to Koss. The Templars were a group of fanatics who completely dedicated their faith to the God of Light. The Templars themselves possessed extraordinary strength. Only when the God of Light recognized their existence and bestowed blessings upon them would they have the qualifications to become Templars. According to the firmness of these Templars' faith and their own efforts, each blessed Templar would receive a different divine blessing. The strength of the Temple Knights could be distinguished by the amount of godly blessing they received. The Temple Knights who only received a little bit of godly blessing would have the symbol of the Holy Grail on their chest armor. Those who received less godly blessing would have the symbol of an olive branch. Those who received more godly blessing would have the symbol of a cross on their chest armor. The Templars who received the blessing of the God of Light could display their strength to the greatest degree. These extremely rare Templars had the image of an angel statue on their chest armor. Every Templar with an angel statue had terrifying strength comparable to a sacred knight. If the Templar himself was a sacred knight, then his strength would be even more terrifying. However, these Templars were extremely rare within the Church of Light. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't easily leave the Temple of the God of Light. Therefore, the Templars with the image of a cross on their chest armor were already the most powerful Templars the Church of Light had to deal with outsiders. Now, the 3 Templars with the image of a cross on their chest armor were staring at Han Shor with a kind of paranoid fanaticism. This kind of craziness that only stubborn religious people would have caused Han Shor to become cautious. "Brian, please come with us to the Church of Light and explain clearly. I can guarantee that even if your sins are grave, the God of Light will still forgive your recklessness. At most, you will only be imprisoned in the Church of Light and won't be killed. Red Archbishop Koss was worried about the Lancelot Empire's warning and tactfully made a final effort. Brian. So you're that unlucky new city lord of Brettel City. I finally understand what you meant just now. H. You dared to snatch my magic crystal cannon. You simply don't care about the lives of everyone in Brettel City. Helentina suddenly came to her senses. Her pretty eyes focused on Han Shaw as she coldly snorted. You can try. If any duchy dares to encroach on Brettel City now, they will have to pay the appropriate price. Han Shaw remained unmoved and only shot a cold warning glance at Helentina. He then slowly pulled out the Demon Slayer edge and nodded at the Templar who had spoken first, saying, Come, brave Templar, come and duel with me. As long as you win, I will consider your return to the Church of Light. I believe that the Church of Light won't swarm me at the same time, right? A despicable necromancer doesn't need a second person to take action. The Templar pointed his silver spear at Han Shaw and said righteously. The silver spear shone with a dazzling silver light. This silver light belonged to the color of fighting aura, and Han Shaw was already familiar with it. However, within this silver spear, other than the energy of the silver Do Chi, there was also a sacred and clean energy. When this strange energy fused with the Do Chi, it was much stronger than the pure silver Do Chi. The Templar had exchanged his stubborn and loyal faith for the blessing of the God of Light. Apart from the fighting aura that he had painstakingly cultivated, he also obtained a strange energy. This energy not only protected him from the corrosion of evil energy, but also gave him the power to purify the evil in the world. The damage that normal dark and necromancy magic could inflict on the Temple Knights was extremely limited. Even the high-level dark and necromancy magic with astonishing destructive power could still cause the Temple Knights to have very strong defensive abilities. However, the weapon in his hand was mixed with the power bestowed by the god. It had a terrifying destructive power against dark and necromancy mags. If ordinary undead creatures were to be touched by the silver spear, they would immediately be unable to withstand it and turn to ashes. Chapter 308. Watching the high-level Temple Knight of the Church of Light slowly approach on his warhorse, Han Shaw's mind was tranquil, his expression callous. He held the Demon Slayer edge in his right hand and paid attention to the approaching Temple Knight. His space ring suddenly lit up and a tri-colored skull staff appeared in his empty left hand. Han Shaw was just about to chant an incantation to summon high-level undead creatures when he saw the divine weapon revelation in Red Archbishop Koss's hands suddenly burst out with a vast and dazzling holy light. This revelation quickly flipped through the pages even though there was no wind, giving its owner, Red Archbishop Koss, a fright. The tri-colored skull staff was made of an unknown material. The tri-colored skulls, yellow, blue, and purple, shone brightly. At the same time that the tri-colored skulls shone brightly, a sinister power madly circulated. The light from the tri-colored skulls converged and actually surged towards Koss, who was holding Revelation. The pages of Revelation in Koss's hands were flipping continuously. A beam of light floated out from each page he flipped. Those beams of light formed wondrous characters that flowed like a river in front of Koss. The wondrous characters clashed with the tri-colored skull's radiance. For a moment, evil and divine energy simultaneously erupted. Between Han Shaw and Koss, a violent aura violently radiated in all directions. The Temple Knight that had come to challenge Han Shaw, as well as the other two Temple Knights, were all forced to continuously retreat by the terrifying power. Helentina, who was riding on the Fire Phoenix, had long since been unable to bear the burden. She flew high into the sky with the Fire Phoenix, watching the changes that were still happening below them in fear. Red Archbishop Koss's previous calm and peaceful demeanor disappeared without a trace. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he stood there trembling slightly. His eyes were aghast as he looked at Han Shaw in front of him. He felt all the energy in his body frantically pouring into Revelation. This was a situation that had never happened before. This revelation of the Church of Light was left behind by Koss's teacher after his death. Koss's fortune wasn't shallow. Under the baptism of the temple of the God of Light, he had obtained the approval of the God of Light and obtained revelation. However, this divine weapon had only been in Kos's hands for a mere 3 years. During these 3 years, Kos had been successful in every endeavor with his identity as a light and wind Grand Magus. Against some evil powers, revelation had always been successful. He had never encountered a situation like this before. Holding the skeletal staff, Han-Shoror frantically poured all the mental strength in his body into the skeletal staff. The skeletal staff was like a large sponge immersed in water, rapidly absorbing Han-Shoror's mental strength. This mental strength poured into the skeletal staff and seemed to drive the magic of the staff itself, ultimately forming a bizarre tricolored evil light. All of it converged towards Kos, who was holding revelation. Even though Han-Shoror had the mental strength of a Grand Magus, the frantic absorption of the skeletal staff still made him feel a little dizzy. However, Han-Shoror's willpower was stronger than an ordinary person's. In addition, his physical body was also ridiculously strong, so he didn't break out in cold sweat and shiver like Kos. Between Han-Shoror and Kos, the divine and evil powers interweaved together. The terrifying impact made it so that there were no longer any obstacles between the two. Wherever this impact passed, the mountain rocks would shatter. The entire bald mountain seemed to be exploding violently. Loud rumbling sounds continuously rang out from between the two. This evil power is so enormous that I can guarantee that only the evil god's weapon of the Calamity Church can possess it. Kill this ignorant heathen. The Templar Knight from before felt dizzy from the explosion of power between Han-Shoror and Kos. His silver-armored warhorse directly rolled down to the foot of the mountain. After standing up with great difficulty, the Templar Knight discovered that Kos was shivering all over. While he was shocked at Han-Shoror's strength, he immediately proposed to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Han-Shoror. These Templar Knights knew very well how powerful Red Archbishop Kos was. Kos, who held the divine weapon revelation, had always been the nightmare of evil powers all these years. They didn't expect that today, in such a place, Kos would actually show signs of fatigue when facing this weak heathen. It was precisely because they feared Han-Shoror's strength that they proposed to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The other 2 Templar Knights watched the scene in front of them from 2 sides on their warhorses. As soon as they heard the Templar Knight's suggestion, they immediately urged their warhorses to charge towards Han-Shoror, who was struggling to hold on against Kos. The 3 Templar Knights carefully avoided the center of the unceasing explosions and took a detour from Han-Shoror's sides and rear. Amidst the shooting of the divine light from Revelation, the 3 Templar Knights sang praises for the heroism of the God of Light. Their silver spears brimmed with divine power as they attacked Han-Shoror. Among them, Helentina, who was hovering in the air as a fire phoenix, looked at the despicable actions of the Church of Light with a trace of disdain. However, Han-Shoror was also her enemy, and the Church of Light wasn't something a mere duke like her could offend. She was happy to watch from the sidelines. Han-Shoror, whose mental strength was madly pouring into the skeletal staff, coldly stared at Kos, who was also having a hard time. At the same time, he was constantly on guard against the approach of the 3 Templar Knights. Although Han-Shoror couldn't move his body or use his mental strength, he could still use his demonic arts. Under the control of his mind, another strand of magical yuan flowed into the Demon Slayer Edge in his right hand. Recently, the Demon Slayer Edge had absorbed an enormous amount of energy from dead souls, faintly possessing the terrifying aura of a peerless weapon. After Han-Shoror's magical yuan was poured into it, the Demon Slayer Edge was like a bloodthirsty beast that had been trapped for tens of thousands of years, suddenly smelling the delicious taste of fresh blood. Accompanied by a shrill howl, it suddenly broke free from Han-Shoror's hand. A mass of bloody light formed from countless stars crazily condensed into a bloody cloud. Boundless resentment and a tyrannical aura of slaughter caused the blood-red glow of the Demon Slayer Edge to be as thick as a cloud. It actually covered more than half of the sky above the bald mountain. The thick stench of blood seemed to carry a soul attack. Not only the 3 Templar Knights who had come to ambush, but even Helentina, who had flown high into the sky when she saw that the situation wasn't looking good, was suddenly surrounded by boundless fear, resentment, and ruthlessness. Helentina, who was riding on the Fire Phoenix, felt dizzy. Her chest felt so heavy that she wanted to vomit immediately. Another crazy obsession gradually rose from the bottom of her heart. Valentina knew that something was wrong. She hastily chanted a spell to form a fiery red magic shield, completely enveloping herself and the fire phoenix. In addition, sparks appeared as the phoenix's ribbon-like wings flapped, causing the interior of the magic shield to be filled with sparks. Only then did Valentina manage to suppress the urge to vomit. She urged the fire phoenix to fly further away from Hanshoro, angrily and somewhat fearfully looking at the battle between the Church of Light and Red Archbishop Kos, who possessed a divine weapon. The Demon Slayer Edge's overflowing killing intent formed a negative soul attack. Its target wasn't Valentina in the sky at all. Therefore, Valentina, who had summoned a magic shield and had the phoenix's sparks purifying her, was barely able to defend against the terrifying killing intent of the Demon Slayer Edge. However, the three evil knights of the Church of Light didn't have it as easy as Valentina. The Demon Slayer Edge hovered above Hanshoro's head and danced wildly. The killing intent of this peerless weapon wasn't any weaker than the two divine weapons. With the Demon Slayer Edge as the center, layers of thick blood-red clouds dyed the sky above the bald mountain a blood red. The three Templar Knights who had tried to take advantage of the opportunity to attack Hanshoro were struck by the violent negative soul attack. The war horses beneath them fell to the ground with a loud thud as they neighed and bled. The Templar Knights staggered as they dismounted from their war horses. Blood flowed from their nostrils like two wriggling earthworms, directly sliding down their necks and into their chests. The three Templar Knights didn't know how to deal with this unfamiliar evil energy. This kind of evil energy was different from the gloomy mysteries of the Calamity Church. Instead, it was a kind of bloodthirsty, irascible madness, cruel and arrogant enough to destroy everything. The three Templar Knights felt heart-wrenching pain as they raised the silver spears in their hands and sang the praises loudly to obtain even more divine energy to protect their bodies. Their bodies sparkled with dazzling radiance as they continuously resisted the invading energy. After the Demon Slayer Edge absorbed 90% of Hanshoro's demonic yuan, it mobilized all the evil energy of the dead souls hidden within, forming an enormous evil magnetic field that possessed the ability to attack the soul. It started to corrode the souls of all living beings within its range. Red Archbishop Kos, who was holding Revelation, was already having a hard time resisting the invasion of the tricolored evil energy of the skeletal staff. When Hanshoro's Demon Slayer Edge displayed another terrifying energy that was completely unfamiliar to him, Kos almost couldn't help but groan. When the Demon Slayer Edge circled above Hanshoro's head and gradually turned into a beam of bloody light that shot towards Kos, Kos did his utmost to control his mental strength. He bit his tongue and chanted an incantation. When a flower of blood blossomed on one of the pages of Revelation, the frantically flipping pages of Revelation suddenly stopped and was quickly put away by Kos. The skeletal staff seemed to only be competing with the god of light Revelation. When Revelation was quickly put away by Kos, the skeletal staff suddenly became dim and lifeless, immediately stopping absorbing Hanshoro's mental strength. However, the Demon Slayer Edge that had turned into a beam of bloody light persistently shot towards Kos. Chapter 309. Kos had already suffered internal injuries and was flustered by the Demon Slayer Edge's soaring killing intent. He hastily took out a magic scroll from his space ring and released it. A ball of silver light tightly wrapped around his body as he hastily chanted a magic incantation. The frigid wind whistled like a sharp knife, forming an enormous, turbulent whirlwind that formed multiple layers of obstruction for the Demon Slayer Edge. The Demon Slayer Edge that was flying at high speed was slowed by the frigid gale when it fell into the enormous whirlwind. The killing intent condensed on the Demon Slayer Edge also dissipated a bit. When the Demon Slayer Edge broke through the obstruction of the whirlwind, it immediately shot into the silver light emitted by Kos' magic scroll. The Demon Slayer Edge was already an arrow at the end of its flight when it was struck by this layer of light that contained a strange energy. It only made Kos spit out a mouthful of blood again, but didn't take his life. Protect the Lord. When the three Templars saw Kos in such a sorry state and Hanshoro's ferocity, they lost their heads out of fear and shouted loudly. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and staggered towards Hanshoro and Kos. Actually, Han Shuor's own body was also in a terrible state. First, the skeletal staff suddenly went berserk and absorbed 90% of his mental strength. Then, when the Templars ambushed him, the Demon Slayer Edge absorbed more than half of Han Shuor's magical yuan. Currently, Han Shuor's strength was far too lacking compared to when he was at his peak. After the Demon Slayer Edge's attack failed to injure Kos, Han Shuor was no longer able to throw out a similarly terrifying attack. When he saw the three Templars approach, he immediately chanted a magic incantation. Soon after, Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Wood Elite Zombie suddenly appeared. Little Skull was still riding on the undead creature covered in bone spikes. The Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie each rode on a fire-breathing warhorse. As soon as the three of them appeared in this world, they immediately smelled something disgusting. The smell of the three temple knights who sang praises of the god of light was instinctively repulsive. Without waiting for Han Shuor to give the order, the three strange dark creatures rushed out and flew directly towards the three Templars. They seemed to want to destroy the Templars that they hated. Humph, lowly creatures of darkness, suffer the wrath of God of Light. The Temple Knight raised his silver spear and tried to return the three bold dark creatures to the dust. Unfortunately, the three undead creatures that had been refined using a secret demonic art were not afraid of the power of God of Light that could purify evil. When the spear that contained divine power landed on their bodies, it didn't turn into ashes as the Templars had expected. Among the three undead creatures, Little Skull was the first to move. He swung the bone dagger in his hand at the silver spear without hesitation. During this process, the bone dagger in Little Skull's hand suddenly underwent a strange change. The hard bone dagger suddenly wriggled like a living creature. The dagger that was originally only the length of a dagger rapidly grew like a plant, and in a short period of time, it had actually become a long blade that was 3 meters long. The long saber did not stop squirming. There seemed to be thousands of worms wriggling on it, making people's scalps go numb. Small and sharp bone spurs slowly protruded from the body of the saber. The 3-meter-long saber was filled with small, sharp thorns, looking ferocious and terrifying. This process took a long time to describe, but had actually happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. In the instant that the little skeleton raised his blade and brandished it at the silver spear, the bone blade had continuously wriggled and transformed into a 3-meter-long, sinister long blade full of spikes. Wielded in the hands of the little skeleton who was only 1.3 meters tall, it looked quite comical. However, as Little Skull wielded the long blade, a towering aura of death covered the sky. The thick aura of death carried the aura of 10,000 years of loneliness and desolation. The gloomy aura revealed an endless smell of death. It was not afraid of the purification of the Templar's silver spear at all. With a resounding clang, the little skeleton, who was riding on an enormous hedgehog-like undead creature, swooped down from high in the air, bringing with it a surging aura of death. The Templar knelt to the ground with a single blow from the enormous long sword. This Templar had already suffered serious internal injuries from the erosion of the negative energy of the Demon Slayer Edge. With such a violent blow from Little Skull, his knee couldn't withstand it and cracked. Before the Templar could react, Little Skull's long blade pierced through the Templar's silver armor. He actually lifted the Templar on the tip of the long blade and flew towards Han Shuor with a swagger. Han Shuor didn't need to take a second look to know that this Templar was long dead. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so defenseless. After the little skeleton flew over, it swung its 3-meter-long, sinister-looking longsword slightly. The Templar who had been dancing in the wind directly fell from the sky and collapsed at Han Shuor's feet, lifeless. This Templar who could emit silver fighting aura still possessed the strength of a Sky Knight. It was a pity that he had been heavily injured and had underestimated the little skeleton. That was why he was easily killed by the little skeleton with his astonishing strength. As the other two Templar were further away from Han Shuor, they didn't suffer much from the erosion of the Demon Slayer Edge. In addition, the Earth and Wood Elite Zombies weren't as terrifying as Little Skull. Therefore, although they hurriedly defended against the endless attacks of the Earth and Wood Elite Zombies, they didn't collapse so quickly. Helentina, who'd been soaring through the sky on her Fire Phoenix, was shocked beyond belief by the scene below. She'd originally planned on reaping the benefits of the third party, but when she saw with her own eyes that not only had Red Archbishop Kos and the 3 Temple Knights failed to kill Han Shoror on the spot, but one had been killed and the other 3 had been heavily injured, she immediately panicked. Looking at Han Shoror standing proudly under Little Skull and coldly observing the surroundings, Helentina continuously weighed her gains and losses. On one hand, she was worried about the shocking strength Han Shoror had displayed, and on the other hand, she felt her heart ache for losing the 6 magic crystal cannons. After hesitating for a while, the 600,000 gold coins worth of magic crystal cannons had clearly diluted Helentina's fear of Han Shoror. She watched as Little Skull rode an enormous bone spur undead creature, wielding a 3-meter-long blade, majestically charging towards Red Archbishop Kos, who was frantically escaping to the foot of the mountain. Helentina didn't have any more time to think. She and the Fire Phoenix brought out the raging flames of the burning cloud. The magic staff embedded with the Firespark stone and several mental strength amplification rings were activated together. Surging flames surged forth, covering most of the sky. The monstrous flames spread downwards, completely covering the top of Red Archbishop Kos' head. Kos, who was fleeing in panic, quickly discovered the abnormality above his head. He hurriedly released a wind magic, fanning the flames and causing a hurricane to blow the flames towards Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, forcing the Earth Elite Zombie and Little Skull to stop their pursuit. Undead creatures were born to live in the dark and damp world. They were eternally drowned in the endless cold without sunlight. Therefore, they had an instinctive aversion to blazing light and high temperatures. When the surging flames enveloped Kos' direction, Little Skull, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie didn't immediately rush over. Lord Kos, Lord Kos. Some of the Templar Knights in the distance finally rushed over. The strength of these Templar Knights was obviously inferior to the 3 experts with crosses on their chests. Most of them had olive branches and holy grails on their chests. Most of them had the strength of advanced knights or earth knights. However, there were quite a few of them. As they were blessed by the god of light, they also had the power to purify undead creatures. It would be unrealistic for Han Shoror to drown them with his enormous army of undead. Not to mention there was also the Light Grand Magus Kos. Kos, who was heavily injured and had expended a large amount of mental strength, immediately shouted when he saw the Templar Knights arrive, "Kill this heretic. His heart of darkness shouldn't exist in this world of light." Previously, Kos had tried to persuade Han Shoror with kind words. But now that he had tested Han Shoror's strength and been seriously injured by Han Shoror, Kos no longer had a benevolent heart. Out of fear of Han Shoror's evil power, he immediately gave the order to kill as many as possible. When the Templar Knights who had just arrived saw the sorry state of Kos and the others, they immediately followed Kos' orders and charged towards Han Shoror on the mountain that was already riddled with holes. The other 2 Templar Knights, who had barely managed to catch their breaths under the attacks of the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie, immediately shouted, "Be careful of his dark creatures. Not only are they not afraid of divine energy, they also possess mysterious techniques. We must be careful." While the Templar Knights were talking, a group of death guards of the Calamity Church appeared on the other side of the mountain. A necromancer wearing a pitch-black magician's robe and several death knights clad in pitch-black armor were also rushing towards the mountain with all their might. The necromancer's gloomy voice sounded anxious, "Hurry up, this Brian absolutely cannot be allowed to die. Although we were also unintentionally injured by him, you must not be dissatisfied." Many of the death guards were bleeding from their mouths and noses. It seemed that they had also been injured by the killing intent of the demon slayer Edge. The eyes of the necromancer shone with a dim light of excitement as he muttered, "The divine weapon, the skeletal divine staff, blessed by the 3 evil gods. How did it appear in his hands?" Chapter 310. Han Shoror stood tall on the bald mountain and looked at the charging Templars without any fear or worry. He'd already recovered some of the mental strength and magical yuan he'd lost. Although it would be difficult for him to win against such a large group of Templars alone, it wouldn't be difficult for him to leave calmly. Because one of the Yin demons had been destroyed by revelation, Han Shoror hadn't released the other 2 Yin demons. Therefore, He didn't know anything about the reinforcements from the Calamity Church that had appeared near the Bald Mountain. Just as Han Shoror was about to leave, his consciousness sensed another power. Han Shoror's soul in the separate demon realm had formed his consciousness. With his consciousness, Han Shoror's senses were even sharper. When Han Shoror sensed that sinister power, he immediately reacted. Last time in the Valley of Sunshine, Edwin had said that the Calamity Church would appear when he needed them the most. It looked like Edwin wasn't speaking without thinking. Han Shoror, who had been standing on the Bald Mountain, flew into the sky with a thought. He could clearly see a necromancer and a death knight of the Calamity Church charging over together. By this time, the barren mountain was already riddled with holes from the collision of the divine weapons. There were holes and holes everywhere. However, the death knights of the Calamity Church were treading on the uneven mountain path as though it were flat ground. Red Archbishop Kos, who was tightly protected by the Templars, looked up at Han Shoror from atop a warhorse. He didn't know what to do for a moment. Although the strength of these Templars was extraordinary and there were enough of them, it was a pity that they didn't have flying magical beasts to ride on. Faced with Han Shoror hovering in the air, they could only look helplessly at Red Archbishop Kos, who could use magic to float in the air. They didn't dare pursue Han Shoror due to their heavy injuries. Helentina, who was riding on the Fire Phoenix, sized up Han Shoror with a dark expression. She seemed to be hesitating on whether she should take this opportunity to chase after Han Shoror. If Helentina hadn't seen the battle between Han Shoror and the Church of Light, she would have charged towards Han Shoror without hesitation and retrieved the 6 magic crystal cannons that Han Shoror had stolen. Unfortunately, Helentina, who had just witnessed everything, had already deeply understood the terror of Han Shoror's strength. Pointing at Helentina, Han Shoror revealed a mocking smile as he said, "You still want the magic crystal cannons?" The originally hesitant Helentina was swept by Han Shoror's disdainful gaze, and an irrepressible anger instantly spread throughout her body, diluting the fear in her heart. She patted the Fire Phoenix beneath her and charged straight at Han Shoror. The Templars stopped above the valley. Han Shoror, who was standing proudly in the air, clearly saw that the Calamity Church had also arrived above the valley. After some malicious thoughts, Han Shoror immediately chanted an incantation and sent the little skull, Earth, and would elite zombies back to the other dimension. He then left the mountain with a long laugh. Damn it, he actually left. The necromancer leading the Calamity Church team began to hesitate when he saw Han Shoror fly away from the mountain. It's the Calamity Church, they must be with that heathen. It was at this moment that the Templars discovered the Calamity Church's people coming up from the foot of the mountain. As mortal enemies, the two forces had been fighting openly and covertly for hundreds of years. The accumulated hatred between the two sides was definitely greater than the hatred between Han Shoror and himself. Therefore, as soon as the Templar Knight shouted, the Templars of the Church of Light didn't hesitate in the slightest. All of them attacked the Calamity Church's Death Knights that appeared in their line of sight. The battle began in an instant. Having fought for hundreds of years, the two sides' eyes were red with bloodlust as they sang praises to their respective gods. The battle raged like wildfire. The necromancer leading the team had originally planned to curry favor with Han Shoror and rescue Han Shoror from the hands of the Church of Light. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking didn't have any effect. With the speed of the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shoror was able to directly leave this place of trouble, leaving their mortal enemies behind to fight the final battle. This despicable fellow, he really is one of us, the necromancer muttered to himself in a low voice. It was unknown whether he was praising Han Shoror for being tactful or cursing Han Shoror. In short, after saying this, the necromancer became spirited and commanded the Death Guards to fight the Templars. Shameless necromancer, give me back my magic crystal cannon. Helentina, riding the wind on her Fire Phoenix, shouted as she chased after Han Shoror, shameless necromancer, give me back my magic crystal cannon. With the speed of the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shoror quickly left this area and landed in a lush valley. As soon as he left Kos, who was holding Revelation, Han Shoror released the remaining 2 yin demons. They seemed to be flying around in a panic, but through the 2 yin demons, Han Shoror could clearly see Helentina's every move. Helentina rushed to the valley and finally saw Han Shoror stop. Along with Han Shoror was the little skull who was riding the strange undead creature. Helentina, who had been blinded by anger, shot straight at Han Shoror as the fire phoenix fluttered in the air. The fire phoenix let out a low, melodious cry and spat out a stream of scorching flames. Helentina waved the firespark stone inlaid staff in her hand, and many bright red bowl-sized fireballs appeared, floating towards Han Shoror and Little Skull in a dense swarm. The Little Skull, wielding the 3-meter-long blade, used the hilt to poke the remaining undead creature. The undead creature opened its fanged mouth and let out a soundless howl towards the sky. One by one, wraiths sparkling with green light were spat out of the undead creature's mouth. The wraiths brought with them a thick aura of death from another world and were covered in specks of green light. As soon as they descended into this world, they madly absorbed the aura of death from the dead souls floating around the valley. The wraiths, which originally only had specks of light, slowly expanded in size. Driven by the undead creature's breathing, they surged towards the dense fireballs like green liquid. After absorbing the power of the dead souls, the wraiths finally couldn't withstand the rapid expansion any longer. The aura of death condensed to a certain point, and exploded in the air one after another. The aura of death that filled the sky turned grey and green. The icy aura surged into the densely packed fireballs, causing them to slowly dissipate amidst the sparks. When the Little Skull riding on the undead creature saw the huge fireballs dissipate, he urged the large porcupine-like undead creature to charge towards Helentina. Undead creatures naturally loathed hot flames. However, despite their loathing, Little Skull's crystalline bones had great resistance against fire magic, so he wasn't really afraid of fire. When the aura of death destroyed the fireballs that filled the sky, Little Skull directly faced Helentina with his sinister long blade under Han Shoror's command. The fire phoenix beneath Helentina burst into flames when Little Skull approached. The high temperature that could burn everything caused the verdant shrubs in the surroundings of the valley to wither and die. Only a few towering ancient trees with unusually large roots were still standing. At this moment, the Demon Slayer Edge whistled through the air like a meteor falling from the sky, dragging a long purple tail behind it. The Demon Slayer Edge arrived next to the Fire Phoenix and Helentina in an instant. The dancing purple flames suddenly poured down like starlight, pouring over the burning Fire Phoenix's body. A shrill cry suddenly came from the Fire Phoenix's mouth. After the shrill cry, the Fire Phoenix spoke in the human language, calling out in a clear and melodious female voice, "What's so cold?" As the purple demonic flames descended, the bone-chilling cold poured down, causing the Fire Phoenix's entire body to emit hissing sounds of smoke. The Fire Phoenix suddenly felt its steel-like bones become strangely stiff. Its flapping wings became heavier and heavier as it slowly descended into the depths of the valley with Helentina on its back. "Sister Fire Phoenix, what's wrong?" Helentina hastily called out with a face full of panic. "I don't know, my body feels very uncomfortable." The Fire Phoenix shrieked, not knowing what to do. She couldn't stop her descent, and she was also a bit afraid. She was afraid of the unknown cold invading her body. When the two female creatures were about to hit the ground, the branches of the towering ancient trees in the surroundings suddenly twisted and danced. They were like the tentacles of an enormous octopus, tightly trapping Helentina and the Fire Phoenix. They couldn't move at all. "Damned necromancer, how can you use the power of nature of a druid?" The Fire Phoenix's crisp voice continued to shout after being tightly bound by the branches. Helentina grasped the fire obsidian staff in her left hand and struggled to chant a fire incantation, but she suddenly discovered that a sinister long blade with a sharp tip was pressed against her slender white neck. Helentina raised her head and saw that the strange Little Skull had a pair of bone wings formed from 7 bone spurs flashing lightly behind his back. The long blade that was completely disproportionate to his body was being held in his hand, and an eye flashing with purple light was staring at her, causing her to feel a chill run down her spine. "What do you want?" Helentina raised her head to look at the cold Han Shoror. She, who had experienced the baptism of blood and fire to get to where she was now, had actually calmed down. She looked at Han Shoror with resentment. Chapter 3:11. What do you think, hehe? Han Shaw purposely laughed lewdly, his face full of obscenity. When he looked at Helentina, he kept glancing at her curvaceous body. Helentina, who was wearing a fiery red magic robe, was tightly bound together with the fire phoenix by the branches. The wood elite zombies' tree branches were as soft as snakes, but no matter how soft the branches were, they still had some sharp edges. Helentina's magic robe was torn by the branches, revealing a few patches of her snow-white skin. Helentina's thoughts immediately went astray when Han Shaw used the branches to bind her. When she saw Han Shaw's lewd gaze, her heart was thrown into chaos. She angrily glared at Han Shaw in panic, wanting to commit suicide. "Helen, don't." The fire phoenix sensed Helentina's thoughts and immediately cried out in alarm to stop her. Unfortunately, the fire phoenix was tightly bound and couldn't move at all. Therefore, she had no way of moving Helentina. Helentina, who was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide, suddenly felt her entire body go limp and weak. She didn't even have the strength to bite her tongue. She then saw Han Shaw walk over, his large hand landing on the back of her white and slender neck. A strange energy flowed into her body from Han Shaw's coarse hand, gradually draining her of strength. "Chimph, I'm not interested in your body for now. You don't need to rush to die." Han Shaw snorted coldly and slapped Helentina unconscious with one hand. He then grabbed her and flew high into the sky. As the branches binding the fire phoenix slowly fell, Han Shaw's voice came from afar, "Have the Helen Duchy prepare 1,000,000 gold coins. I'll hand her over to you. Otherwise, you can just wait to collect her corpse." The fire phoenix, whose entire body was slowly loosening, watched as Han Shaw carried Helentina into the distance. Her crisp voice was filled with bitterness. 1,000,000 gold coins. If those people know that she's been captured, they'll probably only think about how to rebel. What should we do? The faraway Han Shaw didn't hear the phoenix's voice. After capturing Helentina alive, Han Shaw rested for a while in the depths of the valley, replenishing the mental strength and magical yuan he had expended. Half a day later, when Han Shaw once again returned to the Bald Mountain, he could tell from the traces of gravel on the mountain that there had been another battle after he left. As for the final outcome of the war between the Calamity Church and the Church of Light, Han Shaw naturally had no way of knowing. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Han Shaw used the Earth Elite Zombie to deploy the energy of the Earth and once again brought the 6 magic crystal cannons to the surface. Summoning zombie warriors to push the 6 magic crystal cannons, Han Shaw used the 2 yin demons to scout the surroundings as they slowly made their way towards Brettel City. If Han Shaw could fly through the air, he would naturally be able to return to Brettel City in a short amount of time. Unfortunately, he was carrying 6 magic crystal cannons and had to constantly avoid the soldiers of other duchies. Therefore, he naturally couldn't fly fast. Late at night on the second day, Han Shaw directed the zombie warriors to bring the magic crystal cannons to a dense forest and slowly advanced together with the zombie warriors. Han Shaw placed the 2 yin demons on the side, keeping an eye on the surroundings at all times. Suddenly, Han Shaw summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and hid the 6 magic crystal cannons in the ground. He stared coldly at the depths of the dark forest and shouted in a low voice, "Come out." A fleeting shadow slowly appeared in the depths of the darkness. It was the necromancer he'd met yesterday. The shadow elongated and gradually revealed its original appearance. Like an old fey demon that had crawled out of its grave, this necromancer's entire body was brimming with the aura of rotting corpses. His ash-grey eyes were unfocused like those of a zombie, instilling an instinctive fear in the dark night. As a necromancer himself, Han Shaw naturally wouldn't feel any fear when he saw this necromancer appear. Holding Helentina in the crook of his left arm, Han Shaw frowned as he looked at the necromancer who'd appeared and said, "It looks like your physical body is no longer here. You're just a mix of a soul and an undead creature. Just how many years have you existed for?" Necromancers were known as soul snoopers in the outside world. Apart from the legendary gods of this plane, necromancers were the ones who understood the wonders of the soul the most. Through their understanding of the essence of the soul, high-level necromancers could make their own souls immortal. Of course, necromancers with immortal souls couldn't live forever with their physical bodies. Necromancers with immortal souls would usually use the bodies of various powerful undead creatures to mix with their own bodies. This way, their bodies, which contained a dense aura of death, would be filled with coldness and wouldn't rot. This necromancer who'd appeared in front of Han Shoror had obviously fused with a fey demon that was one rank higher than an evil knight. His deathly pale face was filled with a morbid aura of death, and the unconcealable smell of rotting corpses proved that his physical body was no longer pure. I'm called Wolf, 170 years old this year. I'm a Grand Magus necromancer of the Calamity Church. We're all necromancers, so of course you know that as long as we're not killed, it's not difficult to obtain a longer life with our understanding of the soul. Wolf smiled as he looked at Han Shoror, talking about the topic of eternal life as usual. Nodding his head, Han Shoror smiled and said, "Of course, but you've followed me for so long. Could it be that you wanted to talk to me about eternal life?" Brian, you're a genius. Your existence is a rare miracle for the Calamity Church. In the past, we wanted to do everything possible to get you to join the Calamity Church, but it looks like we were all wrong. You've always been one of us, Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf smiled sinisterly at Han Shoror. When these words were spoken, Han Shoror was shocked and looked at Wolf with a heart full of doubt. Han Shoror furrowed his brows and said, "I've never joined the Calamity Church. When did I become one of your Calamity Church's people?" It looks like even you don't realize what you possess. Wolf shook his head and sighed with emotion. He then smiled and said, "You'll know sooner or later. I've come this time to tell you that although the Temple Knights of the Church of Light have suffered heavy losses, Red Archbishop Kos, who holds the revelation, still managed to lead a portion of the Temple Knights out of the mountain alive. From now on, I think the Church of Light has already considered you as one of our Calamity Church's people. You'll inevitably face the endless pursuit of the Church of Light if you openly stay in Brettel City. Whether you're willing or not, we'll protect you in secret. However, I hope you'll be careful." After hearing Wolf's words, Han Shoror was extremely puzzled at first. After furrowing his brows and thinking for a while, he suddenly had a thought and took out the tricolored skeletal staff. He stared deeply at the 170-year-old necromancer Wolf and said, "Is this skeletal staff a divine weapon that belongs to your Calamity Church?" When Wolf, who'd been smiling and talking sinisterly, saw Han Shoror take out the skeletal staff, his ash-gray, unfocused eyes suddenly blossomed with a faint green light. With a trembling voice, he actually prostrated himself on the ground and chanted a string of inexplicable murmurs. His two hands made a strange posture, as if he was offering all of his faith to the evil god. The tricolored skeletal staff in Han Shoror's hand suddenly shot out 3 faint rays of yellow, blue, and purple light. The 3 rays of light instantly landed on the ancient Grand Magus necromancer's body. Wolf trembled as he continuously kowtowed. Bathed in the 3 rays of light, his body began to wriggle like a worm. Han Shoror's exhausted mental strength actually miraculously recovered when the light from the tricolored skeletal staff shone on Wolf's body. On the other hand, the necromancer who was crawling on the ground began to wriggle and slowly weaken. Han Shoror could clearly feel the skeletal staff sucking away the necromancer's mental strength like a sponge. This process continued for a short while before the skeletal staff stopped flashing. Han Shoror's exhausted mental strength was actually replenished. Only the body of the necromancer who was crawling under Han Shoror's feet continued to wriggle under the black robe. It was as if an enormous tumor had come to life and was jumping up and down under the black robe. Wolf's body continued to wriggle, but he didn't stop chanting the ancient incantation even though he was prostrating on the ground. After a large amount of his mental strength was consumed, the wriggling of his body became more and more intense. Finally, after a mournful howl, Wolf suddenly stood up from the ground. The originally old and deathly pale Wolf had suddenly turned into a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was filled with an elegant, feminine, and noble aura. The dense aura of rotting corpses on his body naturally disappeared, and his skin was filled with a gentle luster like white jade. Wolf's originally sinister voice became gentle and gentle as he lamented, "The feeling of being young is so good." Standing in front of Han Shoror watched the changes unfold with his own eyes. His heart was completely filled with shock as he looked incredulously at Wolf, who had returned to his youth. He then looked at the skeletal staff in his hand with shining eyes and muttered, "Miraculous, too miraculous." Chapter 3:12. Inconceivable, isn't it? Only the divine power of the skeletal staff can allow us to enjoy the beauty of youth while possessing endless lifespan. Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, who had lived for 170 years, took a deep breath of fresh air and proudly said to Han Shoror. Han Shoror's eyes sparkled as he greedily looked at the skeletal staff in his hand. His heart was filled with pleasant surprise as he muttered, no wonder I always felt that the skeletal staff had another use. I didn't expect it to have such a miraculous effect." Wolf seemed to be very satisfied with Han Shoror's pleasant surprise. Wolf, who looked to be in his 20s, was filled with the elegance of a noble. It was unknown when a sharp knife had appeared in his right hand. In front of Han Shoror, Wolf meticulously trimmed his fingertips that were originally as sharp as knives. While Han Shoror was astonished, Wolf finished trimming his knife-like fingernails. Under the moonlight, he joyfully looked at his 2 sparkling white hands and sighed, "How many years has it been? Ever since I fused with the Fey corpse, my slender and beautiful hands have disappeared, replaced by a pair of knife-like claws. Oh, my beautiful hands have finally appeared once again. I no longer have to hide in the endless darkness and use a black robe to wrap this body that can't be seen by others." After fusing with the old Fey corpse, not only was his body filled with the strong smell of rotting corpses, it also made his body look neither human nor ghost. Although Wolf had obtained a long lifespan, he would never dare to walk openly in public. Otherwise, even if the Church of Light didn't do anything to him, some adventurers who didn't know the truth would consider him an undead creature and crusade against him. Han Shoror was as happy as Wolf. He excitedly studied the skeletal staff in his hand, but couldn't find the source of its mysterious power of rejuvenation. He also didn't know how to cast the spell. After hesitating for a while, Han Shoror looked at Wolf with a smile and said, "Perhaps you can tell me the secret of this skeletal staff's rejuvenation?" Wolf's young face had a strange smile. He looked at Han Shoror and shook his head, saying softly, "Unless you personally admit that you are a member of our Calamity Church and return to our Holy Land with me, only then will you be able to learn the true secret of the skeletal staff." Han Shoror coldly snorted and stored the skeletal staff into his space ring. He indifferently said, "I am still young and don't need this mysterious power for the time being. If you don't have anything else, then don't delay my return. All right then, please protect yourself well. I need to return to the Holy Land immediately and report in detail the events of the past few days." Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf nodded and smiled. He finally glanced at Han Shoror and slightly bowed in a standard ancient noble etiquette. He said, "Thank you, Brian. You are an inconceivable person. I think you must have received the favor of our God. We will have many opportunities to meet in the future." After saying this, Wolf didn't continue to stay here. He slowly hid in the darkness in front of him with a happy mood. After a while, when Han Shoror couldn't detect a trace of Wolf's aura, he summoned the Earth Elite Zombie and spat out 6 magic crystal cannons from the ground. He continued to use the Yin demons to scout the surroundings while continuing to travel in the direction of Brettel City. At noon the next day, under the scorching sun, Han Shoror and a group of zombie warriors walked on a rugged grassy path under the shade of trees. When they passed by a clear river, Han Shoror had no choice but to temporarily stop his journey when he saw the small river blocking their path. There was no such clean and clear river in the desolate, damp, and dark other world. Although undead creatures like zombie warriors weren't afraid of the corrosion of flowing water, this small river didn't seem shallow. It wouldn't be an easy task for zombie warriors to push 6 magic crystal cannons across the river. Magic crystal cannons were made of many precious magical materials. Some of them had magical reactions with water. Although Han Shoror didn't know the operating principle of magic crystal cannons, he had some understanding of common sense. He couldn't guarantee that these 6 magic crystal cannons wouldn't have any adverse reactions when they entered the water. The sunlight above their heads was a bit strong. The bushes of trees blocked some of the sunlight, drawing long and strange shadows on the ground. Looking at the river that appeared in front of them, Han-Shor hesitated for a moment before finally waking up Helentina, who had been unconscious for a long time. It had been nearly 2 days since Han-Shor had made Helentina unconscious. In order to avoid trouble when Helentina woke up, Han-Shor hadn't cared about her. Now that the magical yuan confinement in Helentina's body had been removed, she was still slowly waking up, but her stomach was the first to react. Grumble. A hungry groan suddenly sounded from Helentina's flat stomach. At first, the sound was very soft, but as Helentina's body gradually recovered, the sound of protest in her stomach grew louder and louder. It was also at this time that Helentina slowly woke up. When she raised her head and saw Han-Shor in front of her with a mischievous smile, Helentina instinctively protected her entire body. She then calmed down slightly and looked coldly at Han-Shor, shouting, "What do you want to do? What should be done has been done. What's the use of you protecting yourself now? When you were unconscious, I've already tasted the wonders of your body. TSK, it's really intoxicating." Thinking of Helentina's relentless pursuit, and the harm that Helen Duchy had caused to the people of Brettel City, Han-Shor maliciously laughed lecherously. Sure enough, when Han-Shor's lecherous laughter sounded, Helentina was immediately struck by lightning. She stood there blankly, her face filled with desolation. However, Helentina's disheartened and desolate appearance only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, a pair of resentful and sinister eyes condensed on Han-Shor's body. Being stared at by Helentina's ice-cold eyes filled with endless resentment, even Han-Shor couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if a venomous snake had silently crept up behind his neck, ready to give him a fatal blow at any time. Afterwards, no matter what Han-Shor said or asked, Helentina didn't say a word. She also didn't care about the protests of her stomach. She just stared coldly at Han-Shor with resentful eyes, making Han-Shor feel cold all over and uncomfortable all over. After a while, Han-Shor finally admitted defeat. His scalp was numb as he waved his hand and said, "Damn it, I'm not interested in a woman like you. I need you to exchange for 1,000,000 gold coins. I won't do anything to you so easily. Alright, I admit that I was just deceiving you. There, your 6 magic crystal cannons are right there. Now, tell me, are the magic crystal cannons afraid of water?" After Han-Shor finished speaking, Helentina's expression of endless resentment eased slightly. However, she still stared at Han-Shor suspiciously. After a while, she sighed softly and said to Han-Shor, "You really didn't do anything to me." "Nonsense, you have hands and feet now. I'm not trapping you. Can't you check yourself?" Han-Shor scolded, and then said in a low voice, "However, seeing that you're famous for being a beauty, I reckon that you're no longer a virgin. I'm afraid that I really couldn't check." "Pa." Helentina casually grabbed a handful of gravel and threw it at Han-Shor. She glared angrily at Han-Shor and shouted angrily, "You damned men, none of you are good." After saying this, Helentina shyly clamped her thighs together. It was unknown what method she used, but she actually frowned in joy. When she saw Han-Shor turn his head away indifferently, she immediately thought of something and quickly took out the magic staff from her space ring. She quickly chanted a high-rank fire spell, Torrential Flames. Unfortunately, after chanting the spell, Helentina, who was waving her magic staff, discovered that she couldn't mobilize an ounce of mental strength. She immediately turned pale with fright and looked at Han-Shor. Her heart was filled with fear as she shouted in panic, "Evil and filthy necromancer, what did you do to me? Why don't I have any mental strength?" Han-Shor, who had a panoramic view of Helentina's actions through a yin demon, turned his head back as if nothing had happened. He flashed a brilliant smile and said gently, "Don't waste your energy. Don't even think of chanting a spell before I release you. Heh, but you don't have to worry. As long as that fire phoenix of yours takes out 1,000,000 gold coins, I will release you in one piece. You will also be able to use your mental strength again." Helentina was shocked when she heard these words. She was astonished at Han-Shor's remarkable abilities. Helentina herself was also a fire mage who wasn't weak. According to her knowledge, This kind of mental strength imprisonment method wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Even a Grand Magus would need the assistance of some magic scrolls or magic arrays if they wanted to imprison the mental strength of an archmage. Han Shoror, at such a young age, was able to miraculously possess this kind of mental strength imprisonment ability. This was simply inconceivable to her. However, after recovering from her shock, Helentina quickly remembered some restless elements in the Hellen Empire. She understood that once those people knew that she had been captured alive, they would only take the opportunity to seize control of the Hellen Empire. They definitely wouldn't take out 1,000,000 gold coins to ransom her. Even that Duke Benedict of the Narsen Duchy, who seemed to be madly pursuing her, would probably only consider sending troops to the Hellen Duchy and seize the opportunity to seize it. You should just kill me. No one will come to ransom me, not a single one. Helentina shook her head desolately, looking at Han Shoror disheartenedly as she spoke. Chapter 313. Humph, don't give me that. I won't touch you or let you go if I don't get 1,000,000 gold coins. Helentina had always been famous among the 7 Grand Duchies for her insidious schemes. Han Shoror naturally wouldn't believe her words. Looking coldly at Helentina, Han Shoror said, "Magic crystal cannons are made from many rare magic materials. I want to know if they're afraid of water." The first thing Helentina did when she woke up was to look around her surroundings. She'd long since seen the group of zombie warriors supporting the 6 magic crystal cannons in front of the little river. She'd only been distracted by Han Shoror's threat to defile her. Now that she heard Han Shoror mention the magic crystal cannons, Helentina flew into a rage. She glared at Han Shoror and shouted, "Don't even think about getting any useful information out of my mouth, you damned bandit." Bandit? Haha, your Hellen Duchy is the real bandit. Brettel City has been plundered day and night by you all these years, turning from a large city with a population of hundreds of thousands into a dead little city with only a few tens of thousands. The citizens have long since lost hope and longing for life. Isn't this all because of you? You actually have the face to call me a bandit? Haha. Han Shoror recalled the scenes he'd seen on his way to Brettel City. The miserable state of people with no clothes to cover their bodies and food to fill their stomachs. His heart was also filled with resentment. Hearing Han Shoror's words, Helentina's charming face turned cold. War is like this. When your Lancelot Empire invaded our 7 Grand Duchies, didn't you also burn, kill, and loot? If it wasn't for our 7 Grand Duchies joining forces to drive you back, I'm afraid all of our citizens would have become slaves. Helentina's words were reasonable. Han Shoror thought for a moment and didn't continue to harp on this matter. Seeing that Helentina didn't have the slightest intention to speak, Han Shoror coldly said, "Do you think I have no other way even if you don't say anything? It's just a matter of a bit more time. For a necromancer, this kind of laborious matter is never a problem." Han Shoror didn't pay any more attention to Helentina after he finished speaking. He started chanting a magical incantation, summoning the wrinkled wood elite zombie. As soon as the wood elite zombie appeared, Han Shoror focused his attention and gave him an order. With the help of the wood elite zombie, the master of the forest, the large trees were uprooted one by one. The demon slayer edge sliced the tree trunks into sections, and the wood elite zombie wrapped the sections with soft branches. It took Han Shoror and the wood elite zombie half an hour to make 6 enormous wooden rafts. During this process, Helentina kept a close eye on Han Shoror and the wood elite zombie as she took out some bread from her space ring and swallowed it in a reserved manner. However, perhaps because she had been starving for too long, the speed at which she swallowed the bread was extremely fast. When the 6 wooden rafts were successfully made and pushed towards the small river by the zombie warriors, Helentina finally couldn't help but sigh, "No wonder those from the Church of Light want to kill you. So you can summon such miraculous undead creatures." Helentina didn't know that the miraculous wood elite zombie was actually refined from the most ordinary zombie warriors. After the 6 enormous wooden rafts were launched and the zombie warriors pushed the magic crystal cannons onto the rafts, Han Shoror finally let out a light breath and sent the wood elite zombie and the rest of the zombie warriors back to the other dimension. There were only 4 zombie warriors paddling on each raft. Under the strength of the 4 zombie warriors, The 6 wooden rafts loaded with magic crystal cannons slowly began to move towards the other side of the river. It was also at this moment that Han once again appeared behind Helentina. His large hand pressed against Helentina's neck and he softly said, "You should rest." After making Helentina unconscious, Han easily picked her up and slowly flew into the air. He landed on the foremost raft and commanded the zombie warriors to cross the river. Han avoided a few scattered groups of bandits and some mercenaries who made a living nearby. He finally arrived at the city gates of Brettel City without any mishaps. The temperature of the spring night was just right. The bright moonlight gently shone on the earth. If it wasn't for the dense death aura surrounding the zombie warriors pushing the magic crystal cannons, this would be a warm and cozy night scene. When they were about to reach Brettel City's gates, the soldiers on the towers were alarmed by the moonlight reflected by the magic crystal cannons. When they saw the 6 enormous cannons aimed at the towers, with some strange stiff shadows pushing them from behind, they immediately paled in fright. "Who goes there?" The soldiers on the cannons shouted from afar before Han could even get close. Compared to the last time he'd come here, the current Brettel City that was riddled with holes had long since been repaired. The city gates had been replaced with enormous, dark, sturdy iron gates. After experiencing the last punitive expedition against the bandits, the soldiers who'd originally lacked any courage had now gained a bit of determination and calmness. The armor of the soldiers on the city walls was abnormally bright under the moonlight. The soldiers seemed quite imposing as they hurriedly raised their crossbows and aimed at the zombie warriors. More and more soldiers arrived on the cannons at the city gates under warning calls, all of them aiming their crossbows downwards. After experiencing the lack of defenses the last time he'd entered the city and facing the vigilance of the soldiers this time, Han truly understood that Brettel City was indeed different now. Due to the distance, the soldiers couldn't clearly see Han appearance. However, Han could clearly see the silhouettes of the soldiers on the city towers. "Open the city gates. You bastards, you don't even recognize me anymore." Han voice suddenly rang out, spreading throughout the entire city tower. "City Lord, it's the City Lord has returned." Although the soldiers on the tower couldn't see Han clearly, they could definitely hear Han voice. As they all cried out in surprise, the city gates gradually opened. After the city gates were opened, the zombie warriors pushing the heavy magic crystal cannons finally slowly entered Brettel City. Although it was already nighttime, Fork quickly rushed over upon hearing the news and arrived at Han side not long after. "Hey, this is. Fork bowed respectfully towards Han as soon as he arrived. His expression immediately changed as he saw the 6 magic crystal cannons being pushed by the zombie warriors. Fork's expression immediately changed as he exclaimed excitedly, "It's the magic crystal cannons, and the powerful thunder god at that. Each of these cannons costs at least 100,000 gold coins. They can release a terrifying attack power through the magic crystal ore. On the battlefield, these magic crystal cannons are simply invincible weapons. City Lord, where did you get them?" Fork was indeed a seasoned soldier who had been baptized on the battlefield for many years. He finally recognized these 6 magic crystal cannons and even said the name Thunder God. Han only knew about the magic crystal cannons, but he didn't know much about their models and types. When he heard that Fork was so familiar with the magic crystal cannons, Han happily said, "Then, you should know how to use these 6 magic crystal cannons. Of course, as long as there are enough magic crystal ores, these magic crystal cannons are very easy to operate. If there are enough magic crystal ores, each shot from these Thunder God cannons is equivalent to an Archmage's most powerful attack. If there are enough magic crystal ores, the magic crystal cannons can continuously reflect attacks without running out of mental strength or mana." Fork smiled confidently as he spoke. He walked in front of one of the magic crystal cannons. No one knew how he moved, but a small box split open at the bottom of the cannon. "Oh, there are ready-made magic crystal ores here. It's enough to fire 5 or 6 shots. Heh, some damned bandits have been wandering around Brettel City recently. It looks like they're planning on making a move on Brettel City again. I was worried about how to deal with them." With these 6 magic crystal cannons, I'll make them regret it. Fork grinned coldly as he looked at the 6 magic crystal cannons. It looked like he was planning on using these 6 magic crystal cannons to do something big. Alright then, I'll leave these 6 magic crystal cannons to you. Han Shoro immediately gave the order and headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. The soldiers, including Fork, had seen the stunning Helen wrapped around Han Shoro's arm from the start. Helentina had obviously fainted, so these people naturally wouldn't ask about the City Lord's private matters. When they saw Han Shoro heading straight for the City Lord's mansion, these people glanced at Helen's alluring body a few times, chuckling lightly in their hearts. Therefore, on the night that Han Shoro brought Helentina back to Brettel City, some rumors and slanders began to spread in Brettel City. These people still didn't know Helentina's identity, but her beauty had left a deep impression on the soldiers. Therefore, in their moment of envy and jealousy towards Han Shoro, all sorts of lewd guesses and rumors began to spread. After bringing Helentina back to the City Lord's mansion and locking her up, Han Shoro anxiously headed straight for the secret chamber. Not long after he'd arrived in Brettel City, Han Shoro sensed a distant call. This call was much weaker after being separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, but Han Shoro's consciousness had already formed at the separate demon realm. He actually sensed it. It looked like the fire elite zombie was about to come out. Chapter 3:14. As soon as he entered the cemetery of death, the call from the depths of his heart immediately intensified by more than 5 times. It seemed that because of the close distance, the fire elite zombie had also sensed Han Shoro's presence. Without stopping at the cemetery of death, Han Shoro directly used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly towards the depths of the dark forest. Familiar with the route, Han Shoro arrived at the place of extreme fire without spending too much time. Han Shoro, whose strength was no longer the same as before, sensed the enormous presence of the Lord of the Flames as soon as he arrived. The fire elite zombie was in the Kingdom of Flames where the Lord of the Flames resided. If Han Shoro wanted to enter the place of extreme fire and remove the restraints of the fire elite zombie's demonic formation while the Lord of the Flames was watching, it would be a headache. The 5 elemental zombies were all connected to the formation through a secret method, using the formation to gather the yuan energy of heaven and earth in the entire area. Only in this way could the 5 elemental zombies be formed. However, the formed elite zombie also needed to be removed from the restraints of the formation in order to truly come out. Otherwise, the fire elite zombie wouldn't have urgently called out to Han Shoro. After the last great battle, the Tanai Mountains rocks had all turned reddish-brown. The valley was comfortably warm, and there were even a few warm springs bubbling. Pacing back and forth in the valley, Han Shoro furrowed his brows as he pondered on how to enter the place of extreme fire and remove the restraints of the formation for the fire elite zombie. The place of extreme fire had the Lord of the Flames. If Han Shoro wanted to enter the place of extreme fire unscathed, it was basically impossible for him to remove the fire elite zombie's restraints there. Therefore, as Han Shoro furrowed his brows and pondered, he couldn't think of any good methods for the time being. The call from the fire elite zombie grew more and more intense. Having already sensed Han Shoro's arrival, the fire elite zombie was anxiously transmitting his urgent wishes through his spirit. Han Shoro, who was also burning with impatience, hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to take the risk and explore the place of extreme fire. Arriving at a hot spring, Han Shoro slowly dived in. As soon as he entered the spring, the warm spring water submerged Han Shoro, causing Han Shoro's exhaustion to completely disappear. However, the pressure from the Lord of the Flames wasn't so easily dissipated. Han Shoro dived to the bottom of the spring and took out the Demon Slayer edge to knock around, searching for a crack to enter the place of extreme fire. After spending a while, Han Shoro finally found a crack to enter the place of extreme fire after he had pried open 2 enormous rocks. A dark green cover covered his entire body. Han Shoro slowly descended into the place of extreme fire through the crack. The scorching heat rose along with Han Shoro's descent. Intense fiery light shot out from within, causing the crack to display a gorgeous flower of fire. Han Shoro, who was inside the protective shield, could clearly observe all the changes in his surroundings. The cliff he descended from was as red as soldering iron, and there were even some soft, fiery snake-like creatures growing within. A few flame demons were hibernating on the cliff, seemingly not noticing Han Shuo's existence, allowing Han Shuo to descend deep into the ground. Just as Han Shuo was about to fall into the place of extreme fire, a flame demon general discovered Han Shuo's existence within a crack in the cliff. The flame demon general waved its red arm and a scorching flame shot straight at Han Shuo. With a wave of his hand, a ball of purple light floated out. The flame shot by the flame demon general disappeared in the light smoke before it could even approach Han Shuo. The icy cold aura clashed with the flames, and sparks shot out amidst the lingering smoke, slowly turning into sparks that fell towards the place of extreme fire below. Within the huge place of extreme fire that was like lava, a few sparks had actually activated its ferocious nature. The originally calm place of extreme fire that was only bubbling seemed to have sensed the aura of the flame demon battle general, and actually began to boil rapidly. The bubbles that emerged became the size of bowls, and the already scorching high temperature rose even higher. As the place of extreme fire boiled, an enormous head slowly surfaced from the magma, followed by the Lord of the Flames' body that was more than 10 meters tall. Flames shot out from the place of extreme fire in all directions. The furious Lord of the Flames had sensed the presence of a living person. Roar! It raised its head and let out a terrifying roar. The entire place of extreme fire seemed to tremble under its terrifying roar. The red-hot rocks of the place of extreme fire trembled and fell into the place of extreme fire. Amidst the plop sound, the Lord of the Flames' huge head looked around. An ear-splitting roar accompanied by monstrous flames instantly spread throughout the entire place of extreme fire. Amidst the surging flames, Han Shuo's dark green shield became a particularly conspicuous existence. Facing the wrath of the Lord of the Flames, Han Shuo could only painfully increase his magical yuan and firmly defend himself. In the separate demon realm, Han Shuo's strength had indeed skyrocketed. If he had been in the bloodlust realm last time, such a fierce and all-encompassing attack of flames might have roasted and cracked Han Shuo's shield. Right now, Han Shuo's face was as red as blood, and the protective barrier on his body was crackling incessantly. However, Han Shuo was still able to withstand the assault of the continuously rising temperature. Only a few beads of sweat slowly appeared on his forehead. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the Lord of the Flames emerged from the magma of the place of extreme fire with raging flames surrounding its body. These flames were over 10 meters long and looked like soaring fire dragons. Compared to the fire snakes that Helentina had used to set up a defense previously, the power of this fire snake was incomparable. When the Lord of the Flames saw that its attacks from all directions had no effect, it raised its head to the sky and roared continuously. Amidst the roars, 3 fire dragons over 10 meters long snaked towards Han Shuo. The 3 fire dragons continuously absorbed the flames around them as they advanced. When the fire dragons were about to shoot towards Han Shuo, the flames that had just spread to the entire place of extreme fire were completely devoured by the 3 fire dragons. The 3 fire dragons didn't change in length, but their width had increased by 5 times, turning them into 3 enormous, fat dragons. The surging, berserk aura of flames seemed as if it would burn the entire valley into charcoal. Facing the Lord of the Flames' all-encompassing attack, Han Shuo was still able to deal with it calmly. However, when these attacks converged into a single point and were all aimed at Han Shuo, the pressure of the flames immediately increased by 10 times. At this point, Han Shuo was constantly communicating with the fire elite zombie in the depths of the magma of the place of extreme fire through close-range communication. Han Shuo was using all of his energy to deal with the attacks. The Demon Slayer edge that had devoured so many living beings immediately seemed to be activated when a large amount of demonic yuan was infused into it, releasing a frightening cold evil. The mystical glacial spellfire was catalyzed to the extreme to form the purple flames of extreme frost. Blobs of purple flames leapt out from the Demon Slayer edge and floated around Han Shuo and the Demon Slayer edge, shielding Han Shuo and the Demon Slayer edge like stamens. The purple flames of extreme frost was catalyzed by a large amount of demonic yuan after mastering the mystical glacial spellfire. It possessed a frightening cold current that could freeze all living things. When the blobs of purple flames drifted out, Bone-chilling snowflakes strangely floated up in the scorching hot place of extreme fire. The snowflakes actually fused with the purple flames, forming a large piece of purple ice that tightly wrapped around Han Shoror and the Demon Slayer edge. Han Shoror seemed to have become a sparkling and translucent ice sculpture, sparkling with a beautiful purplish-red luster under the illumination of the flames of the place of extreme fire. Under the stimulation of magical yuan, the beautiful solid ice grew larger and larger, finally covering almost a dozen meters in width. Han Shoror continued to stimulate the magical yuan within, causing the entire solid ice to emit a chilling aura. Before the 3 plump fire dragons even got close to the solid ice, the high temperature and cold temperature caused thick smoke to rise. Then, amidst the smoke that covered the entire place of extreme fire, the 3 fire dragons finally bombarded the 10-meter-thick solid ice with the roar of the Lord of the Flames. Crackle, crackle, rumble, the terrifying sounds of the collision lingered for a long time. Magnificent purple and red lights continuously rose and fell in the thick smoke. Large chunks of ice and rock fell into the place of extreme fire with loud plopping sounds. During this process, the Lord of the Flames roared and used its control of the place of extreme fire to shoot even more boiling hot lava from the magma of the place of extreme fire towards the thick smoke in the center. Han Shoror, who was channeling his demonic yuan with all his might, was still unable to stop the invasion of the flames. Under such a heavy attack, the 10-meter-thick solid ice was rapidly melting. In just a short while, it had already been reduced to a quarter of its original size. The monstrous flames and surging magma still tirelessly continued to attack Han Shoror. However, Han Shoror's demonic yuan wasn't limitless, and he was gradually beginning to be unable to withstand it. At this moment, Han Shoror was still rapidly communicating with the fire elite zombie through his connection. In addition, he began to chant a lengthy magical incantation. All of a sudden, a thick layer of dark clouds appeared out of nowhere on the 3-meter-long solid ice. Thick white bones intertwined like tree trunks within the thick layer of clouds, forming an incomparably large bone cage. Within the bone cage was a layer of solid ice. Break. As the bone cage turned from crystal clear to pitch black and started to emit smoke, Han Shoror abruptly shouted out these 2 runes that resounded throughout the place of extreme fire. All of a sudden, loud explosions sounded from the surrounding rock walls where Han Shoror had set up a few months ago. During this process, the fire yuan energy that had been flowing towards the central place of extreme fire suddenly stopped. A bewitching lotus flower slowly rose from the bubbling magma of the place of extreme fire amidst the incessant sounds of explosions. Chapter 3:15. The fire lotus rose in spirals, accompanied by the gurgling of scarlet bubbles. When its roots emerged from the magma, its petals rapidly bloomed, revealing the fire elite zombie at the center of the stamen. This big-headed fire elite zombie's skin was so red that it looked as if it was about to drip blood. His lower body was wrapped in flower pistils. His upper body was covered in dark red flower buds like armor, covering his entire body except for his cheeks. The exposed fire elite zombie rapidly twisted his body within the stamen. Gradually, the stamen at the center of his waist slowly shrank its petals. The dazzling red petals of the bewitching fire lotus tightly closed and shrank, condensing into the armor on the fire elite zombie's lower body and legs. During this process, the enormous yuan energy of fire in the entire place of extreme fire gathered towards the fire elite zombie amidst the explosions of the surrounding formations. The yuan energy of fire condensed into sparks that filled the sky, flowing into the fire elite zombie's body like a river of stars. A scorching high temperature was transmitted from the fire elite zombie's body as a lotus pattern gradually formed between his eyebrows. It slowly turned from blurry to clearer and clearer, ultimately becoming the shape of a fire lotus that was shrunk 100 times and imprinted in the center of the fire elite zombie's eyebrows. The large fire lotus that enveloped the fire elite zombie gradually shrank and disappeared. By the time the lotus imprint between the fire elite zombie's eyebrows had formed, the fire lotus beneath him had completely disappeared without a trace. The fire elite zombie's scarlet eyes fell on Han Shoror's body. His large head swayed a bit, and he suddenly opened his mouth to take a deep breath. The The raging flames that were still frantically corroding Han Shuo's body turned into rays of fiery light that entered his mouth as he took a deep breath. As his throat trembled, all of the flames entered his stomach. The solid ice that covered his entire body remained firm due to the disappearance of the raging flames. Seeing that the fire elite zombie had emerged, Han Shuo did not continue to incessantly circulate his magical yuan, but instead gradually rose towards the crack. After the fire elite zombie emerged from the lotus, the Lord of the Flames, who had been roaring incessantly, stopped howling and focused all its attention on the fire elite zombie. When the lotus imprint formed between the fire elite zombie's eyebrows, the fire elite zombie's scarlet eyes met the Lord of the Flames. Through this communication, he seemed to be narrating something to the Lord of the Flames, causing the raging Lord of the Flames to slowly calm down. As Han Shuo gradually floated up to the crack, he sensed that the entire place of extreme fire was brimming with motherly love. The Lord of the Flames completely relaxed. The enormous Lord of the Flames held the fire elite zombie in its palm, communicating something in a mysterious manner. Since the fire elite zombie had already emerged, Han Shuo knew that the fire elite zombie would definitely follow his aura due to the restrictions of the demonic attack and the connection of his blood essence. Not to mention that this fire elite zombie had been brought here by Little Skull from another dimension. Even though it had been refined by the demonic attack and possessed a higher level of awareness and intelligence, the imprint deep within its soul hadn't changed much. Han Shuo wasn't the slightest bit worried that the fire elite zombie wouldn't recognize him as its master. Since the Lord of the Flames didn't try to kill him again, Han Shuo could easily leave. He basically didn't encounter any obstructions along the way, and Han Shuo soon arrived at the center of the valley. As soon as he arrived at the center of the valley, Han Shuo immediately gave the fire elite zombie an order to collect the exotic ores in the place of extreme fire. Then, he waited for the fire elite zombie's arrival in the valley. In the center of the place of extreme fire, the fire elite zombie and the Lord of the Flames had interacted for a few months. During that time, the Lord of the Flames had treated the fire elite zombie as its own child. Since the two of them had both absorbed the yuan energy of fire in the place of extreme fire, they naturally had the same aura. This also made them feel close to each other. Therefore, Han Shuo understood that the two of them definitely had an extraordinary relationship. After the fire elite zombie left the place of extreme fire, it meant that the fire elite zombie definitely wouldn't continue staying in the place of extreme fire. Since the fire elite zombie was about to leave, the two of them definitely had to part ways. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't disturb them. When Han Shuo arrived at the valley and was comfortably lying in the middle of a hot spring, a raging flame appeared out of nowhere and instantly submerged Han Shuo. In an instant, the spring water bubbled unceasingly. Han Shuo immediately jumped out, his body emitting light smoke. "Who's there?" Han Shuo jumped into the air and shouted loudly. The purple flames in his palms danced as he extinguished the flames on his body. He looked around coldly and sternly. The two yin demons were immediately released and floated around the surrounding valley, paying attention to all changes in the surroundings. Han Shuo released his consciousness and similarly observed the surroundings. He had a strong desire to kill the sneak attacker behind him. 7 or 8 bright red magic missiles shot out from the red walls surrounding the valley, whistling towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who was already on guard, didn't fall for the attack so easily. He neatly deflected the 7 or 8 magic missiles with purple light. Starting from the magic missiles, fireballs, firewalls, and fire snakes appeared one after another, shooting towards Han Shuo from all directions. The two yin demons observed the surroundings, but didn't find any traces of the sneak attacker within a short period of time. It wasn't until Han Shuo destroyed the 2 fire snakes that his consciousness sensed a weak magical wave. When the 2 yin demons approached, they saw a bright red ball of fire on a protruding rock wall. The ball of fire was a magic shield cast by a fire mage. A blurry figure waved a staff within the red magic shield, shooting out spell after spell. The sound of the mage chanting in the middle of the ball of fire was blocked by the shield, so Han Shuo didn't hear anything. "Compete. Don't hide anymore, Grand Magus Mosso." Han Shuo snorted coldly and quickly floated towards that area. Along the way, explosions rang out all around him, and the fire magic attacks flying towards Han Shoror were all blocked. The originally still ball of fire suddenly shot high into the sky, and the blurry figure gradually became clear amidst the scattered sparks. It was indeed the Fire Grand Magus Mosso from the Brut Merchant Alliance who had appeared in the valley last time. During the battle in the valley, Han Shoror and she were originally allies, but due to some disagreements due to the predicament in the place of extreme fire, they eventually parted on bad terms. Who would have thought that after such a long time, Mosso still hadn't given up on exploring the place of extreme fire, and actually met Han Shoror again in such a place. Mosso had been suspicious of Han Shoror ever since the Fire Lotus suddenly disappeared last time. Now that Han Shoror had appeared here again, she was already certain that Han Shoror was behind all this. In addition, she already held a grudge against Han Shoror last time, but she hadn't immediately made a move because she had expended too much mental strength. Now that she had met Han Shoror this time, coupled with the temptation of the fire attribute treasure, she took the risk and made a move against Han Shoror out of desperation. Seeing that her identity had been exposed, and that Han Shoror could still calmly deal with all kinds of fire magic attacks, Mosso immediately sensed that Han Shoror's strength had improved at an astonishing rate. Thus, she immediately made the correct decision to leave Han Shoror as soon as possible. Heh, you want to leave so soon? Do you think you can escape? Han Shoror mocked coldly as he shot towards Mosso. The Demon Slayer edge was already in his hand at some point. The scenery of Tanai rapidly fell behind him. Mosso actually had the spare energy to release fire walls to block Han Shoror as she fled. However, the rampaging Han Shoror completely ignored the obstruction of these fire walls. During this process, a large area of Han Shoror's body was burned, and his charred skin was blown away by the wind. Then, new skin would be born as smooth and healthy as before. Even his eyebrows that had been burnt to a crisp had grown back in just a short while. The incomparably bedraggled Han Shoror had actually recovered his carefree composure in the midst of the chase. Not far behind Han Shoror, a fiery red shadow was madly sprinting over. The fiery red shadow was like a ball of burning flame. The dry trees in the valley were all set ablaze wherever it passed. Therefore, it was as if it had become a miraculous tinder. Wherever it passed, everything that could be burned would be set ablaze violently. Mosso, who was a Fire Grand Magus, used the levitation spell to fly all the way. Her heart was filled with shock. She hadn't expected Han Shoror's strength to be so terrifying. Her deliberate sneak attack hadn't been able to seriously injure Han Shoror, and he could still fly so quickly. The distance between them was getting closer and closer, and it seemed that he would catch up to her soon. This made Mosso extremely anxious. Isn't that Grand Magus Mosso? Mosso suddenly exclaimed as she ran. In the depths of a dense forest, a group of beautifully dressed adventurers raised their heads to look at Mosso, who was clearly in the middle of the ball of fire. Mosso, who was running all the way, looked down at the adventurers below her and immediately let out a sigh of relief. She quickly descended from the air towards the adventurers and said urgently, "There's an assassin from an enemy kingdom chasing me. Everyone, prepare to attack." Mosso and these adventurers should have known each other for a long time. When they heard her words, these adventurers immediately became indignant. They each readied their weapons and arrows and aimed at Han Shoror in the sky. They would attack as soon as Han Shoror approached. Chapter 316. Apart from the Fire Grand Magus Mosso, there was an adventurer team consisting of a thief, a priest, 2 mags, and 3 swordsmen. The members of this adventurer team weren't weak. Their average age was around 40 years old, and they were all experienced experts. Among them, the Fire Grand Magus Mosso seemed to be the leader of this adventurer team. Therefore, as soon as Mosso's voice sounded out, these people immediately attacked Han Shoror. Of the 2 mags below, one was a lightning adept mage, and the other was likely a water archmage. The 2 of them were the first to make their moves. Several lightning balls crackled in the air as they shot out lightning balls, crashing towards Han Shoror amidst the explosion of lightning. The other water archmage waved his magic staff, and a few icicles formed. The sharp icicles flashed with a cold light as they flew towards Han Shoror with a violent impact. The priest chanted a spell to recover mana, and a silver ring of light appeared on Moso's body. Moso had used up a lot of mental strength earlier, and now her depleted mental strength was nourished by the silver ring of light. Her wrinkled face shone with a faint light. 2 senior swordsmen and 1 swordmaster immediately surrounded Moso and the other 2 mags tightly. 2 huge iron shields were taken out and placed in front of them. The thief's eyes spun a bit, and he darted into the dense forest like a leopard, preparing the traps that he had set up earlier. Hanshoro descended straight towards Moso. Due to the Yin demon's spying, he'd taken note of these people's appearances and strength in advance. He'd already taken out the skeletal staff as he descended, and a thick cloud of black smoke abruptly spread out with Hanshoro at the center. Hanshoro's body disappeared within the thick smoke. A few lightning balls and icicles all crashed into the thick black smoke. However, due to Hanshoro's sudden disappearance, these attacks naturally couldn't find their target. Instead, they collided with each other and created a huge boom. When the lightning balls and icicles dissipated, the thick black smoke also gradually dispersed. The adventurers below, who had been waiting for their chance, stared closely at the center of the smoke with Moso in the lead. 3 of the swordsmen held a huge crossbow and temporarily became 3 archers, waiting for Hanshoro to reveal himself at any time. However, when all the thick black smoke dissipated, Hanshoro's traces had disappeared under the clear sky. The adventurers that had been prepared to give Hanshoro a head-on blow stared blankly at the clear sky, not knowing what to do. Rumble. Mounds rose from the ground one after another. The sharp mounds came without warning, and all of the adventurers' attention was focused on the sky. They were caught off guard, and all of them lost their footing. Grand Magus Moso and the Water Archmage were the first to fly into the sky. The 3 swordsmen reacted quickly, and grabbed the iron shields in front of them to block the mounds that were attacking the lightning adept mage and priest. They were thrown into the air by the impact of the mounds, but the iron shields dissipated most of the force. The swordsmen, who were meat shields to begin with, didn't suffer much damage. The thief was extraordinarily agile, and like a monkey in the jungle, he leapt and stepped on the ground. He used the silver line he had set up beforehand to shoot towards a large tree in the distance, avoiding all the attacks from the mounds. After he landed on the tree, he used the dagger in his hand to cut off a rope. The sharpened tree trunk suddenly flew out and shot towards Hanshoro, who was hiding in the shade after landing. The other adventurers all aimed their attacks at the shade when they saw the thief's actions. In an instant, a dozen or so attacks rained down. Hanshoro, who had originally thought that they wouldn't be able to detect him, could only jump out of the shade pathetically. While defending against the various attacks, an icicle arrow hit Hanshoro's thigh. There was also a thunderball that exploded, and the scattered lightning affected Hanshoro. Hanshoro felt numb all over, and all the hair that had just grown stood on end. "Kill him, he's been hit," the thief yelled. The priest finished a lengthy incantation, and 3 dazzling rays of light shone on the 3 swordsmen. The 3 swordsmen were enchanted with strengthened armor, God's blessing, and bull's strength. The 3 rays of light circulated on their chests, and the 3 swordsmen aggressively charged at Hanshoro. What a terrifying adventurer team! Hanshoro was shocked. He quickly retreated into the dense forest behind him, and with the help of his high-speed movement, he quickly left the 3 swordsmen who were enchanted with support spells behind him. He waited for an opportunity to find a better way to attack. This adventurer team must have been tempered for a long time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to have such tacit cooperation. They trusted each other very much, and when the priest, mage, swordsman, and thief worked together, they released a huge amount of energy. This gave Hanshoro, who had thought that he could easily deal with them, a headache. The 3 swordsmen, who had been enchanted with support spells by the priest, each had a level of strength. Even if all 3 of them faced Hanshoro at the same time, Hanshoro was confident that he could kill them in a few minutes. However, the surrounding mags, who were eyeing him covetously, wouldn't let him succeed. If the 3 mags, who had the priest constantly replenishing their mental strength, were to keep casting spells on him, Hanshoro wouldn't be able to withstand it. After concealing himself, Hanshoro calculated in his heart and discovered that there weren't any light mags in this team of adventurers. He immediately took the opportunity to summon many necromancers and cast the canopy of necromancy. After the wood elite zombie came out, it used its control of the forest under Han Shoror's orders to entangle the thief who was hiding on top of a large tree. However, the soft branches became a lethal weapon, instantly piercing through the thief's body. Katie. The adventurer team had formed a defensive formation. When the priest saw that the thief had been pierced by the branches, he screamed in rage. This priest was a woman in her 30s, and seemed to be a couple with the thief. The sudden death of the thief was a huge blow to the priest. "There's a druid here, be careful." Fire Grand Magus Mosso also yelled angrily before hurriedly reminding everyone. The three swordsmen on the ground hurriedly waved their heavy swords when they heard this, clearing all the trees and weeds around them. Although they were angry, they still looked around vigilantly. The priest, who couldn't find a target to fight with, fell into Mosso's magic barrier and started cursing in grief and indignation. He crazily released probing magic one after another. So many people. The priest who had released probing magic sensed that there were suddenly many densely packed people in all directions. This caused the furious priest to sober up a lot as he looked around and murmured, "How many people? How many people?" Fire Grand Magus Mosso was anxious and hurriedly asked. "Many, very many," the priest replied. He immediately looked at the thief's corpse and begged Mosso, "Get his corpse first, hurry. Take Katie's corpse and leave immediately. Damn it, I remember now, he's also a necromancer." Fire Grand Magus Mosso yelled loudly. The three swordsmen rushed towards the dead thief without a care for anything else. Numerous undead creatures slowly appeared in the dense forest accompanied by rustling sounds. Among them, there was an evil knight riding a fire-breathing skeleton warhorse. He raised a 2-meter-long bone spear high in the air, his cold and emotionless gaze landing on the three swordsmen. Behind the evil knight, there were 10 or so hate creatures with rotting bodies swaying about. They were either holding huge wooden sticks or spiked maces. Under the control of the aura of death, they gradually surged towards the group of adventurers in the center. As more and more undead creatures appeared, the hearts of Mosso and the others sank. When a swordsman got the thief's corpse, Fire Grand Magus Mosso of the Brut Merchant Alliance said, "I'll lead the way, let's leave immediately." 6 fire serpents danced in the air, the surging flames bringing with them a scorching heat. To undead creatures, fire was something that was extremely annoying and unbearable. The high temperature would burn their cold bodies uncontrollably. When the dense aura of death completely melted in the blazing flames, their souls would also follow the flames into the endless abyss. Therefore, when the 5 fire serpents danced and shot towards the path blocked by 2 hate warriors, the 2 hate warriors instinctively retreated, unwilling to endure the pain of the flames. When Han Shoror gave the order again, the hate warriors approached the flames once again. The high-level evil knight even charged towards the flames, killing towards the adventurers. Undead creatures were naturally afraid of fire, but the higher the level, the less of a fear they had towards fire. The hate warriors could only barely withstand the burning flames, but the evil knight was no longer afraid of fire. Under Han Shoror's order, he actually directly charged towards the flames. Not far away, a streak of fiery light arrived with a bang. Some of the surrounding low-level skeletons and zombies were all turned into ashes by the intense flames. Even the hate warriors couldn't help but retreat, no longer daring to approach that patch of fiery light. Within the flames, the big-headed fire elite zombie couldn't control the flames on his body well, thus causing the deaths of the surrounding undead creatures. However, he took Han Shoror's order as an imperial edict. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed all of the fire serpents Mosso had shot out, causing Mosso to be unable to use the flames to escape from the undead creatures. Chapter 317. What is that? Fire Grand Magus Mosso was shocked by the sudden appearance of the fire elite zombie and immediately cried out in alarm. The big-headed fire elite zombie grinned at Mosso after swallowing the monstrous flames. He then opened his mouth and spat out a few burning fire snakes. The fire snakes that were spat out by him were no longer under the control of Fire Grand Magus Mosso. They danced in the air and tangled with the rest of the party. The surrounding low-level undead creatures instinctively retreated under the roasting of the flames. Clusters of lotus petal-like flames seemed to be burning on the fire elite zombie's body. His bright red armor shot out red light in all directions, and the skeletal warriors were quickly reduced to ashes when they came into contact with the sparks. The fire snakes that the fire elite zombie spat out were even more powerful. Not only did the adventurers, led by Mosso, have to continuously dodge, even the undead creatures had to retreat. The evil knights and abominations also sensed the threat and hurriedly distanced themselves from the flames. "Idiot, you can't even tell the difference between us," Han Shoror scolded in a low voice and gave the earth and wood elite zombies an order. The earth rumbled as the ground beneath the three swordsmen's feet undulated. Sharp earth spikes shot out one after another. The branches of the trees in the distance danced wildly, turning into deadly arrows that shot towards the adventurers with whooshing sounds. The fire elite zombie directly rushed towards the three swordsmen like a huge piece of soldering iron, creating torrential flames in front of the three swordsmen. The three swordsmen's bodies were touched by a single spark, and their bodies quickly burned. The huge bone spurs in the evil knight's hands flew into the air one by one. The priests and mags who were hastily dealing with the tree branches were able to resist the attacks of the tree branches, but they couldn't avoid the huge bone spurs of the evil knights. Han Shoror's demon slayer edge also left his hand amidst the sky full of arrows. Mournful howls suddenly rang through the sky, and then abruptly stopped. In just a few breaths of time, the lives of all the adventurers in the sky had been ended, except for Fire Grand Magus Mosso. Mosso panted heavily as she looked at Han Shoror with resentment. When she realized that all her companions were dead, she took out a magic scroll and started chanting a lengthy spell. An intense mana fluctuation came from the magic scroll. The space in front of Mosso distorted, and a long, sharp blade took shape in the sky. The terrifying spatial fluctuations condensed dense mana, and dazzling rays of light shot out in all directions. "Not good, it's the space blade." Han Shoror had a flash of inspiration as he suddenly recalled the terrifying space element forbidden spell Space Blade. He was immediately shocked and hurriedly chanted the spell. While sending several strange undead creatures to the other world, he tried to escape the cutting of the Space Blade. The Space Blade was a forbidden spell in the space element. Legend had it that it could cut through all hard objects. Han Shoror had never thought that Mosso would have such an incomparably precious forbidden spell scroll. He immediately retreated without regard for anything else when he sensed that a long, narrow, and sharp blade had appeared in the space around him. A 20-meter-long beam of white light came crashing down from the sky. Wherever it passed, any hard rock, including the black armor of the evil knights that was comparable to iron, was cut in half like tofu. Towering old trees that were more than 10 meters tall suddenly broke apart after the white light flashed, and a bottomless gully appeared in the ground. Nearly 100 undead creatures were all cut to pieces by the white light. Not a single one was able to escape the cutting of the white light. Mosso continued chanting the lengthy spell with the magic scroll in hand. She used the incomparably precious forbidden spell scroll to release 3 more beams of white light that were more than 10 meters long. Wherever the white light passed, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Even more undead creatures were cut apart in an instant. One of the beams of white light that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the air and came crashing down on Han Shoror's head. The speed of the space blade was as fast as lightning, and it instantly fell on top of Han Shoror's head. Mosso was determined to eliminate Han Shoror, so all her attention was focused on the space blade. Therefore, the space blade was not only fast, but also accurate. It didn't seem to give Han Shoror any chance to escape. Using the speed of the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shoror flew all the way to the lush forest behind him, constantly changing his position in an attempt to avoid being cut by the space blade. However, the space blade followed him like a shadow under Mosso's control. It also changed directions to chase after Han Shoror. It seemed that it wouldn't give up until it cut down Han Shoror. Cursing in his heart, Han Shoror dove headfirst into a swamp. His body then shook, and a mud-covered Han Shoror shot out of the swamp, heading deeper into the forest. Poof! The space blade came crashing down and cut the mud-covered Han Shoror in two. The remaining power of the space blade didn't diminish in the slightest as it penetrated deep into the ground, once again creating a bottomless gully. Oh, he's finally dead. Mosso breathed out heavily and looked at the magic scroll that had lost all of its magic. Her heart ached as she murmured, "Ari, I wasted such a precious magic scroll. What a difficult guy to deal with." While Mosso was paying attention to the magic scroll in her hand, the mud in the swamp mixed with the dirty water and fell into the bottomless gully. Then, a figure covered in mud moved. A cold light suddenly flashed and pierced through Mosso's body. Mosso's mind was a bit muddled due to the immense pain, but she saw a figure in the mud in front of her sway. The mud shook off and revealed Han Shuo's appearance. Another yin demon wasted. This space blade is really powerful. It even tore apart the formless yin demon. Han Shuo also cried out in heartache. He then flew towards Mosso, stripping off the dead adventurer's equipment and rings along the way and putting them into his own space ring. When he arrived in front of Mosso, Han Shuo put away her magic staff and her space ring without any trace of politeness. This Mosso was able to possess a forbidden magic scroll, which meant that she was definitely a rich and overbearing person. A Fire Grand Magus could easily obtain glory, splendor, wealth, and promotion in any country. Mosso was naturally no exception in the Brut Merchant Alliance. The ground was littered with broken bones and minced meat. More than half of the undead creatures that Han Shuo had summoned had been killed by the space blade. Under Han Shuo's timely protection, the fire, earth, and wood elite zombies were the first to be sent to the other dimension, and all of them escaped the attack of the space blade. The undead creatures had no fear. These undead creatures all stood there, waiting for Han Shuo's next order. Clutching Mosso's space ring in his hand, Han Shuo frowned as he looked at the scene below. He took out the skeletal staff and sent the undead creatures back to the other dimension one by one. After doing all this, Han Shuo raised his head and looked around. He discovered that under the attack of the forbidden magic, the space blade, there were several huge ravines in the surrounding 1.5 kilometers. All the towering trees and rocks had been shattered. It was simply a mess. It was unknown whether it was because Mosso's mental strength was insufficient, or because the magic stored in the magic scroll itself was insufficient, but this forbidden magic scroll of the space blade could only display 30% of its true power. If the full power of the space blade was released, at least 20 space blades would appear. The number of space blades could increase according to the strength of the caster's mental strength. If it was released by a powerful space sacred magus, then basically all life within a small city would be chopped into pieces by the space blade. It possessed terrifying destructive power in all aspects. Clutching the space ring that Mosso had left behind before her death, Han Shuo thought of a way to open it as he flew unhurriedly towards the cemetery of death. During this process, Han Shuo used the only yin demon to discover that there was a team of more than 5,000 people stationed on the outskirts of the dark forest. Through the yin demon's observation, Han Shuo discovered that this team of more than 5,000 people was actually a regular army of knights from the Brut Merchant Alliance. Some of the tents were blocked by magic boundaries, faintly exuding powerful auras. Frowning slightly, Han Shuo observed for a while and thought of Mosso and those adventurers who had just died at his hands. He suddenly felt that they should be together with this group of people. Fire Grand Magus Mosso was a member of the Brut Merchant Alliance. The three swordsmen among the adventurers had the same sword and shield pattern on their left shoulders as the knights resting, indicating that they were definitely from this army of knights. The Brut Merchant Alliance was quite a distance away from the Dark Forest. After passing through the Dark Forest, one could directly reach the city of Zajoski in the southwest of the Lancelot Empire. This group of knights was well equipped and accompanied by some even more powerful experts. It was unknown why they would appear in the Dark Forest. After patrolling one round, Han Shuo was inwardly shocked by this team and discovered that their strength was a bit more powerful than what he had seen. The magical undulations in the center of the tent were strong and strange sounds could be faintly heard. After Han Shuo released his consciousness, he felt that something was wrong. He thought for a while and decided to see what these people were planning to do. Chapter 318. Awu, An ear-piercing scream rang out from that tent. This scream was so shrill that even the magical boundary couldn't completely block the sound waves from leaking out. With his sensitive senses, Han Shao could faintly hear some lingering sounds. The remaining yin demon slowly probed in that direction. However, before the yin demon neared that area, Han Shao sensed a magical ripple spreading out like water ripples. With his extraordinary knowledge, Han Shao immediately realized that this was a soul-searching spell. He hurriedly recalled the yin demon from that area. After the soul-searching spell, a dazzling crack suddenly split open in the sky, like a bright eye surveying the surrounding area. Han Shao immediately held his breath and focused, his entire person sinking into a realm where there were no ripples whatsoever. His body was tightly wrapped in the branches and leaves of a large, lush tree. The soul-searching magical ripple floated out like water ripples. When it passed by Han Shao, he only felt a slight chill on his body. Han Shao, who had his consciousness locked, easily avoided this soul-searching spell. "There's someone." Suddenly, a soft cry rang out from within the tent. A shadow darted out of the tent like lightning. A squad of knights followed closely behind the expert who had come out of the tent, quickly chasing towards the east. Rustling sounds quickly traveled from that area. Han Shao could clearly hear that someone was quickly leaving the area where the knights were stationed. It looked like someone was also paying attention to the Brut Merchant Alliance's knights. However, they didn't seem to have concealed themselves well, and had been discovered. Han Shao remained where he was, not moving an inch. His eyes traversed the long distance and landed on a few tents in the center. The yin demon that had just been recalled was released once again, flying towards the direction of the sound. What were these Brut Merchant Alliance knights doing in the dark forest? Han Shao's heart was filled with questions. He looked at the tent in the center with glittering eyes and thought silently. Boom! A loud sound traveled from the direction that the shadow had dashed towards. A strange, owl-like cackle rang out. Heh heh, who would have thought that it would be two beauties? Don't even think of leaving. Cecilia, you go first. I'll stop him. A familiar female voice came from afar. Han Shao, who was coldly staring at the tent, immediately changed his expression when he heard this voice. His originally calm heart was instantly broken. His whole body shot out like a sharp arrow, like a rainbow piercing through the sun, drawing a silver line in the sky, directly falling in that area. Han Shao had heard Emily's voice many times. The voice just now was obviously from Emily. If it was someone he didn't know, Han Shao naturally wouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. However, since Emily was in that area, Han Shao absolutely wouldn't let anything happen to her. You want to run? TSK, you can't run away. The hideous cackle of a night owl sounded once again from afar, accompanied by the roar of weapons clashing and magic explosions. The anxious Han Shao circulated the art of the demonic ninth heavens to the extreme, arriving in that area in the span of 3 breaths. He was much faster than the yin demons. The trees in the center of that area had been broken. Emily and Cecilia wore loose green robes, and their delicate faces were smeared with green plant sap. They seemed to have become one with the forest as they leaned against a large tree and continuously cast magical incantations. A few members of the Dark Mantle had been blessed by Cecilia with magic that increased physical strength, agility, and strength. They resisted the attacks of the Brut Merchant Alliance knights without a care for their own safety. One of them was a skinny middle-aged man with short, red hair. With a cruel smile on his face, he stood behind the knights with his hands clasped behind his back. As he watched Emily and Cecilia resist, he couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Who is it? The skinny middle-aged man suddenly sensed Han Shao's speed and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He raised his left hand and a complicated magical matrix actually formed in his palm. A powerful force surged out from his palm and directly bombarded the rapidly approaching Han Shao's body. Bang! As if he had collided with an iron mountain, Han Shao felt dizzy. He glared at the middle-aged man with an ominous glint in his eyes, but his body was unable to move forward. Hey! The middle-aged man cried out in surprise. His gaze, which had originally been focused on Emily and Cecilia, fell on Han Shao. The lines on his palm wriggled like snakes, and a trace of blood faintly appeared. Roar! When Han Shoror waved the Demon Slayer edge and a soaring killing intent pervaded the entire scene, the middle-aged man suddenly roared towards the sky. His originally ordinary body that was only 1.75 meters tall began to strangely expand and undergo an unimaginable transformation. His smooth skin was covered by furry fur. His slender arms became incomparably thick, and his 1.75-meter height increased by 10 meters. He had become an enormous black bear. The giant black bear suddenly pressed down with its huge paw amidst its roar, fiercely slamming down towards Han Shoror. Han Shoror, who was about to fly into the air, suddenly staggered. He felt that the gravity around him had suddenly increased by 10 times. Han Shoror, who hadn't adapted yet, felt extremely uncomfortable. Brian. Emily, who was in the middle of casting dark magic, finally saw Han Shoror's presence. She screamed in panic when she saw the giant black bear's mountainous paw coming down. Han Shoror, whose movements had been affected, thought rapidly in the face of such a crisis. Magical yuan wildly flowed into the Demon Slayer edge when he saw the giant paw coming down. The Demon Slayer edge, having absorbed an enormous amount of resentment and killing intent from the souls, exploded with a blood-red light that soared into the sky. Clouds of blood mist floated out, turning into blood-red threads that wrapped around the Demon Slayer edge. A glaring red light suddenly shot out from the Demon Slayer edge. The vicious killing intent entangled with the boundless resentment of the souls stabbed towards the giant black bear's descending paw. The grey eyes of the giant black bear twitched at this moment. The hairs on the giant black paw stood up like steel needles. Waves of light shot out from the palm, like the rapid ripples produced by a giant rock thrown into a pond. Rumble, an enormous sound came from the clash between the Demon Slayer edge and the giant black bear's paw. Blood-red light shot out in all directions, accompanied by the giant black bear's miserable howl of pain. A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas suddenly surged forth, pressing Han Shoror directly into the ground. There was no technique involved in this enormous force, it was purely based on brute force. Even Han Shoror's body that was as hard as iron and stone couldn't withstand it. The veins in his right hand that held the Demon Slayer edge burst open. Damn it, what kind of person is this? Han Shoror couldn't help but curse lowly. Han Shoror's strength had increased greatly in the separate demon realm. Han Shoror had thought that he wouldn't meet many people who could surpass him in strength. He hadn't expected that he would be injured again after being injured by Kos last time. Who are you? After one strike, the giant black bear shrank back into the skinny middle-aged man. However, the skinny middle-aged man's right palm was dripping with blood. He looked at Han Shoror in shock, his face full of incredulity. Ignoring the skinny middle-aged man, Han Shoror flew towards Emily after releasing the tenfold gravity. He shouted halfway, "Hurry and leave this place, another expert is approaching." Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, had seen the fight between Han Shoror and the giant black bear from beginning to end. Her gaze towards Han Shoror was a bit strange. When she heard Han Shoror's shout, she suddenly shouted towards the front, "All of you, get back here." As soon as she finished speaking, Cecilia took out a magic scroll. Her slender arms shook the magic scroll, and a space gate appeared in front of Cecilia with a flash of white light. The Dark Mantle members who had been fighting with the knights seemed to have long since anticipated Cecilia's move. They immediately abandoned their opponents and entered the space door one by one. Without waiting for Han Shoror to react, Emily grabbed Han Shoror's arm without the slightest scruple and also brought Han Shoror into the space door. Cecilia then jumped in as well. As if they were riding on a magical transportation matrix, a white light flashed. With a splash, everyone appeared in a small river. Like a drowned rat, everyone poked their heads out of the small river, each of them breathing in large mouthfuls of fresh air. "Brian, weren't you in Brettel City? Why are you here?" Emily had already let go of Han Shoror's arm at this time. She poked her head out of the small river and asked Han Shoror, "Hey, it's very convenient for me to come here. You know that." Han Shoror winked at Emily and said in a low voice. Emily started and suddenly remembered the cemetery of death in the dark forest. With the symmetry of Death's magic matrix, Han Shor could easily run back and forth no matter where he was. Damn it, how did it get here? Let's go, they'll chase after us. Cecilia's voice came from the distance at this moment. She was dripping wet from head to toe when she suddenly shouted. Following Cecilia's shout, Emily gave Han Shor a meaningful look and immediately followed the Dark Mantle members out of the small river, walking in the direction of a forest troll. Chapter 319. Who was that just now? Han Shor didn't forget to ask Emily about the origins of the skinny middle-aged man he'd just fought. Emily flew up from the river, her drenched body covered by a cloud of black smoke, revealing only her delicate face. The group followed behind her on the other side of the river. Cecilia's nimble figure was at the very front, while Emily and Han Shor followed shoulder to shoulder. Behind them were some low-ranking Dark Mantle members. Emily turned back to glance at Han Shor when she heard this and explained, "He's called Castle, a great druid who betrayed the druidic order. He's a very frightening expert. Although he can no longer use the power of nature because he betrayed the order, he can still skillfully use the shape-shifting technique that only great druids can master. He can even use the gravity spell when he's just turned into an earthen bear. You're really getting stronger and stronger to be able to fight him head-on when he's turned into an earthen bear." When he heard that the other party was a great druid, Han Shor suddenly recalled that great druid Caspian. He felt that Caspian was much weaker than Caspian in terms of strength. Caspian is also a great druid, why isn't he as strong as this Caspian? Han Shor furrowed his brow and asked in confusion. Emily combed the hair covering her forehead and looked at Cecilia in front of her before continuing to explain, "Great druids can practice all kinds of miraculous techniques of the druidic order. Most druids can use the power of nature to manipulate plants. Legend has it that this ability was bestowed upon them by the goddess of nature. However, shape-shifting isn't that easy to master. Only a few exceptionally talented druids can successfully learn it. It looks like Caspian hasn't mastered shape-shifting, otherwise he wouldn't have been captured so easily in Valin City." Han Shor finally understood after hearing Emily's words. He thought to himself that Caspian, who'd always served the goddess of nature, hadn't learned shape-shifting, but this traitor who'd betrayed the druidic order had learned it. This was a bit ironic. "Oh right, what mission do you have in the dark forest this time?" Han Shor followed Emily unhurriedly as they walked deeper into the lush forest, continuing to ask Emily about her intentions this time. Cecilia, who was leading the way, suddenly flung her beautiful long hair. Sparkling water droplets rolled down her smooth hair like pearls. Cecilia's bright eyes glanced back at Emily and she snorted lightly, "Even without your help, we can still leave from there. I'm in charge of this mission, and Sister Emily has to listen to me. You're not part of this mission, so there's no need for you to know." Emily was about to respond when she heard Cecilia's words. She couldn't help but smile wryly apologetically at Han Shor. "Since Madam Cecilia has spoken, there's nothing more I can say. Sister Emily." Cecilia glared at Emily reproachfully before saying, "We need to be clear about public and private matters." Got it, got it. Emily yelled and smiled faintly at Han Shor. "All right, don't ask anymore. We'll be fine. If you have matters to attend to, go do what you need to do. Don't worry about us." Cecilia had obviously used magic scrolls to create the space door. However, with a magic scroll that could create a space door, it meant that even without Han Shor's appearance, Cecilia would still be able to easily leave with Emily and the others. This meant that Cecilia hadn't been saved by Han Shor. Although Han Shor was still a bit worried after hearing Emily's words, since Cecilia obviously didn't want him to help, Han Shor couldn't say much. Just as he was about to say a few words to Emily and leave the group, Han Shor suddenly realized that he had unknowingly followed Cecilia and the others to the forest trolls area. A dozen or so green-skinned troll warriors had already seen Cecilia in front of them. Without saying a word, they threw the sharp axes in their hands at Cecilia. "Annoying forest troll, why are your weapons getting better and better recently?" Cecilia drew an arc in front of her chest, activating a magic formation on her chest. A sparkling and beautiful blue ice shield emerged from the magic formation on her chest and flowed into the air. As soon as it came into contact with the air, it quickly cooled into an ice shield. The sharp axes thrown by the forest troll warriors smashed onto the blue ice shield with clanging sounds, but they only left a small mark on the ice shield. They had no way of penetrating the blue ice shield's defenses. This is the forest troll's territory. Let's hide here for a while. As long as the Redbud Knights arrive, those greedy forest troll will attack them without a care in the world. Although the Redbud Knights are one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent, their strength will be greatly reduced in the forest. This forest troll tribe isn't small, we can definitely cause some trouble for them. Even if the Redbud Knights completely annihilate them, we'll still be rid of a scourge for the dark forest. Cecilia's cool voice calmly narrated as she ran towards the forest troll throwing the sharp axes. She turned her head back to look at the Dark Mantle members with their faces covered in masks. She ordered, "Eliminate the forest troll sentries in front. Once the Redbud Knights arrive, the enraged forest troll will attack them with all their might. Not only will we be able to escape, we might even be able to pick up some benefits." As soon as Cecilia's words fell, several members of the Dark Mantle nimbly rushed out. These people had the strength of senior swordsmen at the very least. The forest trolls on sentry duty definitely wouldn't be able to withstand them. At this moment, Hanshoro suddenly blocked their path with a gloomy face. He shouted in a low voice, "Take a detour. You can't touch those forest troll." The forest troll tribe could be said to be Hanshoro's power. These forest troll, who served Little Skull like a demon named Dadara, obeyed Hanshoro's every command. To Hanshoro, this power was completely within his control. There were still many uses for it in the future. He absolutely couldn't let Cecilia use the Redbud Knights to exterminate the tribe. Any one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent was a truly high combat power that had gone through hundreds of battles. To be able to enter the ranks of one of the top 10 knight orders meant that they had experienced the trials of war. The Redbud Knights were one of the top 10 knight orders. As long as 100 of them came, the 500 forest troll warriors wouldn't be able to walk out of the village alive. Hanshoro had heard that any one of the top 10 knight orders was extremely frightening. That was why he absolutely couldn't let Cecilia do this. Otherwise, the only path that awaited the forest troll was extermination. This was something Hanshoro couldn't accept. They're just some greedy forest troll. Why are you protecting them? Are you crazy? Cecilia's crescent brows furrowed as she coldly shouted at Hanshoro with displeasure. Hurry up and take a detour. I can feel the Redbud Knights approaching. These forest troll are useful to me. No one is allowed to touch them. Otherwise, don't blame me for offending my superiors. Hanshoro stared coldly at Cecilia with a face that showed no room for negotiation. You are hindering our mission. As a member of the Dark Mantle, do you know that I have the right to punish you? Cecilia was also angered by Hanshoro. She glared at Hanshoro and shouted, "Take a detour. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Hanshoro wasn't afraid at all as he coldly snorted. "Little sister Cecilia, let's take a detour. Consider it giving me face." Seeing that the two of them were at a stalemate, Emily hurriedly tugged at the corner of Cecilia's clothes and begged her. Cecilia had just seen that Hanshoro wasn't the slightest bit afraid of the Great Earth Bear Castle. She understood that Hanshoro's strength was absolutely unfathomable. While the pursuers could catch up at any time, it wouldn't do her any good to fall out with Hanshoro. Cecilia, who was stuck between a rock and a hard place, swept an icy glance at Hanshoro after Emily's pleading, "I will demand an explanation from that old fox Candide. Let's go, we'll take a detour." Cecilia was the first to turn around and leave as soon as she finished speaking. Emily gave Hanshoro a meaningful glance and hastily chased after the furious Cecilia. The Dark Mantle members who had followed Cecilia on the mission glared at Hanshoro with unkind expressions and left one by one. Dadara, Dadara. After Cecilia's group left, the surrounding forest troll saw Hanshoro and suddenly surrounded Hanshoro, shouting loudly. The sound of footsteps quickly approached. The startled Hanshoro gestured with his hands and feet to forcefully drag the forest troll away from the area. Not long after Hanshoro left, the traitor of the Druidic Order, Castle, rushed over with 50 to 60 Redbud Knights. Although Castle had betrayed the Druidic order, he still had his experience in the forest. Looking at the footprints in 2 different directions and sniffing the air, Castle pointed in the direction Cecilia's group had left in, saying, "Follow me, they left from here. Mage, in this forest, no one can escape my pursuit." Chapter 320. Unable to communicate with the forest troll, Hanshoro didn't linger there. He didn't go to the forest troll's village to find the old priest who knew the common language. Instead, he went back the way he'd come, sneaking back to where the Redbud Knights were camped. Cecilia, who possessed the magic scroll to create a space door, might not be as strong as Castle's group, but it shouldn't be a problem for her to escape with her life. Hanshoro felt that something wasn't quite right with the Redbud Knights of the Brut Merchant Alliance appearing in the dark forest. Emily couldn't tell him the truth because of Cecilia, so Hanshoro decided to investigate on his own. Using the remaining Yin demon to scout the way, Hanshoro released his consciousness to sense all kinds of auras within a certain range. The noon sun shone tenaciously through the layers of leaves on the ground of the dark forest. At first glance, these tenacious rays of sunlight looked like a bunch of sharp arrows. Hanshoro, with his extremely sensitive senses, was like the most skilled hunter in the forest. His figure moved quickly without making a sound. With the help of his abnormal consciousness and the Yin demon, Hanshoro snuck back to the area where the Redbud Knights were camped in a few minutes. The knights that were scattered all over the place were resting lazily. They were squinting their eyes as they discussed some topics that were not suitable for children under the warm sunlight. From time to time, a few low and obscene laughter could be heard coming from the crowd. There were also some knights that were determined to train their chi alone. The magic barrier around the central tent hadn't been removed yet. Faint screams could be heard from inside, as if some criminals were being tortured and interrogated. Hanshoro patiently hid in the leaves of a large tree, observing the Redbud Knights. He used his powerful consciousness to cover the small area he was hiding in, preventing anyone from approaching or probing. A Yin demon silently roamed among the group of knights, eavesdropping on their conversations. Most of these knights were talking about some boring topics, however, some of them looked solemn as they were discussing some topics that should not be heard by Hanshoro. A Yin demon lurked securely around the knights who were discussing serious matters, slowly listening to their reflections on the mission this time. Through these people's nonchalant narration, Hanshoro gradually understood their purpose in coming to the dark forest this time. An indistinct magical pulse emanated from the tents in the center of the scattered knights. Another 3 soul-searching spells were released. Hanshoro, who had long since sensed it, hastily withdrew a Yin demon into his body and used magical yuan to completely conceal his presence. When the magical undulations from the 3 souls faded away, a gigantic sky eye appeared in the void above Hanshoro's head. The sky eye looked down for a while before gradually disappearing. Woo! A battle horn made of bull horns was suddenly blown. A loud shout came from the tent, "Assemble, prepare to depart." The lazily resting Redbud Knights immediately sprang to their feet when they heard the sound of the bugle horn. They began to tidy up their weapons and armor, full of energy as they walked towards the sturdy warhorses that were grazing and drinking water by the small river in the back. A vast and mighty aura of slaughter abruptly spread out. They were indeed worthy of being one of the top 10 knight regiments on the continent. Nothing could be seen when they were resting, but once they were ready to depart, that kind of valiant aura naturally emerged. Hidden in the foliage, Hanshoro was inwardly apprehensive as he watched the assembled Redbud Knights. He began to worry about the various races in the Dark Forest's underground world. The Redbud Knights had traveled thousands of miles into the Dark Forest this time in order to deal with the underground world. The underground world was rich in all kinds of strange ores and crystals and jades used to make magical weapons and protective gear. However, the exit from the underground world to the surface world was very well hidden. It was very difficult for people above ground to discover it. As a Grand Druid of the Druidic Order of the Dark Forest, Castle had always known about the entrance to the underground world from the Dark Forest. During one of his explorations in the underground world, He had inadvertently discovered that the lizard men had excavated a small magic crystal mine. The value of a magic crystal mine was very high. Out of greed, Castle had violated the Druidic Order's teachings and wanted to monopolize that small magic crystal mine. However, he had been chased out by an unknown powerful super-rank magical beast in the underground world while slaughtering the lizard men. Flustered and exasperated, Castle had returned to the Druidic Order in an attempt to use the Order's power to eliminate the lizard men and the powerful super-rank magical beast. Unfortunately, the peace-loving Druid elder, who believed in the goddess of nature, had rejected Castle's proposal and even reprimanded him. Blinded by greed, Castle had angrily injured the elder Druid elder who had reprimanded him and fled the dark forest under the Druidic Order's pursuit. He didn't know how he had hooked up with the Brut Merchant Alliance. The riches of the underground world and that small magic crystal mine had successfully aroused the interest of Celt, the commander of the Redbud Knights of the Brut Merchant Alliance. In the end, under Celt's leadership, the Redbud Knights had sent out all their elites and entered the dark forest after a long and arduous month of trekking. They planned to make a fortune in the underground world. Celt's temples were grizzled white, and his weather-beaten face had many traces of time. The extremely tall Celt's eyes were calm and gentle. If he didn't know his goal this time, Hanshaw would have found it very difficult to associate him with a greedy plunderer just from his appearance. After walking out of the central tent, Celt took out a clean white handkerchief and carefully wiped the traces of blood on his hands. He looked at the assembled Redbud Knights and casually asked a young mage beside him, "Why hasn't Master Mosso returned yet?" "I'm sorry, I don't know why Master hasn't returned yet." The young mage was obviously a bit reserved in front of Celt and hastily replied. Celt casually threw away the blood-stained handkerchief and looked at his clean and slender hands with satisfaction. He said in a calm voice, "Forget it, Master Mosso already knows our destination this time. Since she can fly, she'll definitely rush back after finishing her business. Let's leave first." A resonant whistle suddenly came from Celt's mouth. The ear-piercing whistle tore through the sky. Not long after, an enormous shadow gradually flew over from the distance. When it neared, Hanshaw discovered that it was actually a 20-meter-long green dragon. This green dragon was quite a bit larger than Gilbert. Not all species of dragons were measured by size, but green dragons happened to be one of those species where the larger their size, the stronger they were. A 20-meter-long green dragon was definitely a super-rank magical beast that had evolved twice. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so long. Celt leapt 7 or 8 meters into the air. The green dragon gently landed so that Celt could get on. Celt was only 1.8 meters tall and only took up a small space on the 20-meter-long green dragon's body. However, the aura emanating from his body wasn't something that the green dragon's enormous body could conceal. Celt, who was sitting on top of the green dragon, let out another long and loud roar. The green dragon carried him like a dark cloud that covered a large patch of the sky, rapidly flying into the distance. It seemed that they were heading in the direction that Castle was pursuing Cecilia's group. The Redbud Knights tidied up their tents under the leadership of a few senior captains. They mounted their warhorses and slowly headed in another direction. That was the entrance that Hanshaw had entered the underground world last time. No one would dare provoke such a powerful group even in the incomparably chaotic dark forest. The magical beasts in this area weren't low in intelligence, and certainly wouldn't come out to seek their own deaths. Therefore, the Redbud Knights were unruffled along the way and didn't encounter any obstructions as they headed towards that area. As they were leaving, several tents in the center were suddenly set ablaze by Mosso's students' fire magic. After the group left, Hanshaw flew up and saw that the charred corpses were lizardmen corpses. It looked like they were planning on obtaining some information from the lizardmen. Celt had most likely left on his green dragon to find Castle. With Celt's strength, if he joined the chase for Emily's group, Hanshaw was very worried that Cecilia wouldn't be able to easily escape even with the space door. After hesitating for a moment, Hanshaw decided to follow Celt and see what was going on. At this moment, an enormous figure glittering with golden light flew in Celt's direction like a long and narrow bolt of golden lightning. Hanshaw also heard a familiar angry roar. It's the golden dragon that was trapped in the forbidden area last time. Hey! He seems to be attacking Kelt. This is getting more and more interesting. Han Shor saw the situation through the yin demon and cried out in alarm as he quickly flew in that direction. Damned robber, how dare you steal my treasures while I'm not here? Hurry up and hand it all over. The golden dragon roared all the way and shouted at Kelt, who was riding on top of the green dragon. Lightning crackled as it twisted its enormous body and shot towards the green dragon. Chapter 321. This golden dragon from the depths of the dark forest was a thrice-evolved super-rank magical creature. Han Shor had already deeply understood its strength last time. Golden dragons were known as the race with the strongest physical bodies among the dragon race. The aura of a rank 3 golden dragon was profound and heavy. As it twisted its enormous body in the air, streaks of lightning crackled as it struck the green dragon and Kelt. Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights, revealed a trace of surprise when he saw the golden dragon's overbearing momentum as it charged over. Bolts of lightning entangled them, but were deflected to the side with a breath from the green dragon beneath him. They weren't able to cause any harm to the green dragon and Kelt. Golden dragons were known as the strongest of the dragon race. Perhaps it was because of this that magic wasn't their domain of expertise. Even this thrice-evolved golden dragon's lightning attack was only equivalent to the attack of a lightning adept mage. This level of attack wasn't difficult for a super-rank magical creature like the green dragon to defend against. It only needed a breath to dispel the lightning attack. The enormous green dragon was a super-rank magical creature that had evolved twice. Unlike the golden dragon, the green dragon was more proficient in magic. Although it didn't have a body as hard as iron and stone, its magic could make up for some of the disadvantages of its physical body. Kelt slowly took out a slender silver dragon spear from atop the green dragon and pointed it at the golden dragon with a smile. "Honored golden dragon, I've already taken the treasures. If you want to take them back, it'll depend on whether or not you have the strength to do so. Pitiful human, you've offended me. I'll make you regret your greed." The approaching golden dragon roared loudly, his enormous body pressing down on Kelt. The golden dragon obviously realized that with the green dragon present, a simple magic attack wouldn't be able to kill Kelt. Therefore, he planned on using the tough bodies of the golden dragons to teach them a painful lesson. "Heh, foolish golden dragon, you're asking for trouble." Kelt laughed heartily as he raised his dragon spear. Silver fighting aura condensed on the tip of the spear, borrowing the momentum of the collision with the green dragon to stab at the golden dragon. Halfway through, Kelt suddenly put down his dragon spear and took out something, throwing it towards the sky. A black dragon net covered in sharp blades suddenly fell down on the golden dragon. The golden dragon's attention was focused on the dragon spear in Kelt's hands as he charged over. He didn't expect Kelt to suddenly throw out a dragon net. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge in time and was immediately caught firmly in the dragon net. The black silk net was filled with sharp little blades, and as soon as it wrapped around the golden dragon, it abruptly tightened. The more the golden dragon's huge body twisted, the tighter the black silk wrapped around it. The little blades cut into the golden dragon's flesh between the cracks of its scales with clanking sounds. A strong magical wave suddenly came from the black dragon net, and rays of silver light shot out from the black net. The magical wave brought about by the silver light had the strange effect of preventing dragons from transforming and escaping. The golden dragon, who had been planning to transform and escape, was hit by the magical wave and immediately felt numb all over. He couldn't use his innate divine abilities. "I've already warned you not to ask for trouble. This dragon net was made for me by the combined efforts of 3 great alchemists. Even a golden dragon shouldn't think of escaping from it." Kelt slowly approached the golden dragon on his green dragon with a modest smile on his face. He aimed the dragon spear in his hand at the golden dragon's enormous eyes within the black dragon net. Although the golden dragon's body was strong, its eyes were just as fragile. The golden dragon roared in grief and indignation when Kelt's dragon spear was aimed at its eyes. "Despicable human, fight me fair and square if you have the gut. Heh, us humans rely on our brains. Celt laughed and then looked at the golden dragon with interest for a while. Celt joked to himself, "Oh, a rank 3 golden dragon's entire body is a treasure. How should I deal with you? Should I kill you and take away your dragon tendons, dragon bones, dragon eyes, and crystal core? Or should I make you one of my magical pets? Heh, I already have a green dragon. This is really making things difficult. Despicable human, if you can't defeat me fair and square, the proud golden dragon won't lower its head even if you kill me." Even at this point, the golden dragon was still shouting loudly without fear of death. Celt's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this. He waved the dragon spear in his hand above the golden dragon's fist-sized eye and said, "I don't have much patience and don't want trouble. I'll give you one last chance. Immediately form a slave contract with me, or die. I won't form a contract with such a despicable and treacherous human like you. Give up." The golden dragon began to struggle violently within the black silk net. The small blades of the net pierced deep into his flesh through the cracks in his scales, causing blood to drip down from the sky like a drizzle. This golden dragon was extremely strong. Han Shoror had already seen it last time at the Lord of the Flames. However, the black dragon net had been made by 3 great alchemists and was specifically made to deal with giant dragons. Something that could be taken out by the commander of one of the 10 great knight regiments was naturally not an ordinary item. Even though the golden dragon struggled with all his might, it was to no avail. Not only did he change his position in the air, his injuries also worsened. "Very well, then go to hell." Celt shouted lowly and thrust the dragon's spear in his hand forward, stabbing it into the cracks in the golden dragon's scales. Due to the golden dragon's constant twisting of his body, the black silk net tightened around him and his injuries gradually worsened. However, Celt couldn't easily stab his eyes, so he had no choice but to attack the dragon's body directly, stabbing his spear repeatedly into the dragon's body. No matter how strong the golden dragon's body was, he couldn't withstand such an attack that he couldn't even fight back. Blood poured out of his body as he howled in pain. "Despicable and cowardly human, you will definitely pay the price." The golden dragon continued to make a ruckus even as he howled in pain. "I can't see how you'll make me pay. Pitiful worm, your long life has finally come to an end today." Celt chuckled softly, but the dragon's spear in his hand didn't stop. He pulled it out of the dragon's body and stabbed it in again. There was an unconcealable excitement in his eyes as he looked at the bloody golden dragon. He subconsciously licked his lips, seemingly enjoying this moment very much. Suddenly, a streak of black light streaked across the sky and slid into the black dragon net that trapped the golden dragon like a nimble fish. The enormous dragon net was gradually torn to pieces by the black light's movement. "Who dares meddle in my business?" Celt frowned as the excitement in his body receded like the tide. His eyes sparkled with a bright light as he looked around and snorted coldly. Roar, with the aid of a streak of black light, the black dragon net that was trapping the golden dragon was no longer able to restrain him. The golden dragon let out an extremely furious and mournful roar as he suddenly charged towards the green dragon without any hindrance. He used his sharp claws and teeth to viciously tear at the green dragon and Celt without any fear of death. Due to the need to use the dragon spear to stab the golden dragon, Celt was very close to him on his green dragon. The golden dragon that wasn't bound by the black silk dragon net almost immediately entangled the green dragon. The golden dragon that was riddled with scars actually stimulated his ferocity. He attacked frantically, ripping the green dragon's body apart and causing it to let out a mournful roar. Celt was an enemy the golden dragon hated to the bone, but it was a pity that Celt's movements were exceedingly nimble due to his small size. He continuously changed directions on the green dragon's enormous body, and the golden dragon's claws and teeth couldn't hit its target at all. Han Shoror, who was hiding on top of an ancient tree below, looked coldly at the intense battle in the sky. Surging dragon breaths surged in all directions, causing the surrounding ancient trees and hills to rumble and explode. A streak of black light circled around the golden dragon's body and quickly disappeared into Han Shoror's body. A yin demon slowly drifted away, constantly paying attention to another lurker, the giant silver ape that had appeared last time at the Lord of the Flames. The giant silver ape had appeared when the golden dragon had been caught in the dragon net. The 4-meter-tall giant silver ape couldn't compare to the giant dragon in the sky, and it hid itself well within the lush shrubbery. At this moment, the giant silver ape had large mouthfuls of stinking, greedy liquid as it stared fixedly at the battle in the sky with its blood-red eyes. It seemed like it was ready to join in at any moment. Super-rank magical beasts could sometimes consume each other's flesh and digest their magical beast cause to increase their own strength and even directly evolve. Super-rank magical beasts of the same rank wouldn't normally fight to the death, but these savage super-rank magical beasts wouldn't hesitate at all if they had the chance to kill their opponent. To the giant silver ape, the two dragons fighting in the sky above him were perhaps another chance for him to quickly evolve, especially since the two dragons were fighting to the death. He knew that one of them would be the first to fall from the sky, and then his chance would come. Chapter 322. Roar, a long and mournful scream came from the mouth of the crazily twisting green dragon. The green dragon that was entangled by the golden dragon was obviously not a match for the golden dragon that was famous for its physical strength. Furthermore, this golden dragon had evolved 3 times. After being injured, it became even more ferocious and fearless. The golden dragon, who was entangled with the green dragon, used his steel-like body, sharp claws, and ghastly white mouth to leave deep wounds on the green dragon's body. The scales on the green dragon's body were effective in blocking ordinary arrows, but they were at a disadvantage when faced with the violent bites of the golden dragon, who was a level higher than it. Because the distance was too close, and the green dragon was entangled by the golden dragon, the green dragon couldn't open up a distance to use stronger magic to attack. Kelt's body swayed as the two dragons tore at each other. It was difficult for him to even stand, and even more difficult for him to attack. Despicable human, I said you would pay the price. The golden dragon let out a ferocious roar, and with a twist of its golden tail, the green dragon was flung out of the cage. The dizzy green dragon fell towards a hill in the distance under the strong force. His huge body looked like a huge green ribbon from afar, whistling all the way down. The giant silver ape had been lurking all this time, its blood-red eyes fixed on the green dragon. When the green dragon was about to hit the ground, the fur on its body suddenly stood on end, and it shot out like a bolt of silver lightning, sweeping towards the hill. Rumble, the green dragon's huge body fell onto the hill, flattening the hard rocks of the hill, which was only 10 meters tall, with a huge rumble that shook the earth and mountains. The golden dragon in the sky was still dripping with blood. He stretched his body high up in the sky, and his iron hook-like claws swiped at the howling green dragon below. Several green dragon breaths with a sour odor were suddenly spat out from the green dragon's mouth, which was also covered in wounds. The golden dragon hadn't completely landed when it was hit by the green dragon's breath, and its body suddenly swayed. It changed direction as if it was drunk, and fell towards a small hill 10 meters behind the green dragon. A bolt of silver lightning suddenly shot out from the bushes. The giant silver ape's knife-like claws replaced the golden dragon's attack and fiercely pierced into the green dragon's body. The silver ape's claws were unbelievably sharp, and half of his arm sank into the green dragon's body. Aoo. This attack clearly caused immense pain to the green dragon. His 20-meter-long body started twisting madly, and the trees in the surrounding 10-meter-wide area all snapped under his twisting. The giant silver ape, whose claws had sunk into the green dragon's body, also started rolling with him under the green dragon's control. However, the giant silver ape's tenacity was astonishing. After it reacted, it immediately pulled out its claws and leaped into the air like a bolt of silver lightning. It actually shot straight towards the green dragon's eyes, attempting to first blind the green dragon and slowly torment it. Whoosh! A silver dragon spear suddenly pierced out and struck the giant silver ape's chest. The giant silver ape's momentum was blocked by the dragon's spear as it madly charged at the green dragon. The enraged giant silver ape let out a piercing howl and waved its sharp claws. The dragon's spear immediately broke into 2 pieces, leaving only the tip of the spear in the giant silver ape's chest. Damned beast, you want to take advantage of me too? Kelt casually tossed away the broken dragon's spear and slowly pulled out a strange long sword. As soon as the long sword appeared, a swift and fierce aura suddenly rippled out from the long sword. Circles of starlight began to spread out from the long sword. Celt pointed the long sword at the giant silver ape. The silver fighting aura and the starlight on the longsword converged together and shot towards the giant silver ape with an incomparably surging momentum. Han Shoror, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately sensed a boundless aura of the stars when he saw the longsword raised in Celt's hand. Greatly astonished, Han Shoror immediately confirmed that this longsword was no ordinary item. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such a vast and strange aura. The ferocious giant silver ape also felt the vast aura of the starry sky, especially when the starlight gathered by the silver dochi shot down. It was like a miniature galaxy map, deep and mysterious, but full of unknown terror and danger. However, the green dragon was on the verge of death after being repeatedly injured. As long as the giant silver ape approached and struck again, the green dragon would definitely die. In that case, the green dragon's magical core would be easily obtained. The giant silver ape's bloodshot eyes sparkled when it saw the starry silver fighting aura gradually approaching. It seemed to be hesitating whether to take the risk or not. Suddenly, the giant silver ape's fierce eyes lit up. It abruptly shot out like a bolt of lightning, bypassing the starry fighting aura, shooting towards it in an attempt to kill Celt and the green dragon together and seize the green dragon's magical core. How could it be so easy to dodge? Celt sneered. He twisted the long sword in his hand, causing the starry fighting aura to suddenly change direction and shoot towards the giant silver ape's back with boundless speed. A mournful howl sounded from the giant silver ape's mouth. A dozen bleeding holes appeared on the giant silver ape's back after being hit by the starry fighting aura. Each hole was dripping with blood. Greedy beast, how does the divine weapon starry sky taste? Do you want to try it again? Celt stood in front of the green dragon, chuckling as he looked at the giant silver ape in ridicule. Divine weapon starry sky. Han Shoror, who was hiding in the shadows, was horrified. He had originally planned to immediately seize the opportunity to attack, but once again stopped. Seeing the Sky Knight actually injure the tyrannical giant silver ape with the divine weapon starry sky, he understood that Celt had completely relied on the effects of the divine weapon. The giant silver ape's blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the divine weapon starry sky in Celt's hands, feeling the vast waves of star power emanating from it. Gradually, fear appeared in the giant silver ape's eyes. It let out 2 low growls and slowly retreated. He'd been hit by Celt's divine weapon, starry sky. Although the highly intelligent silver ape had thought of dodging, he didn't dare to turn his bleeding back towards Celt. Despicable human, I will tear you to pieces. At this moment, the golden dragon's enormous roar approached once again. The golden dragon also fell and transformed into the image of a middle-aged man, his face twisted as he charged towards Celt. The golden dragon seemed to know that his large body didn't have any advantage against Celt, and would instead give Celt a bigger target to attack. Thus, he transformed into his human form to attack. With a roar, a beam of golden light shot towards Celt. The giant silver ape, who had been planning to dodge, turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards the green dragon when it saw the enraged golden dragon entangling Celt. However, before it could even reach the green dragon, a mournful scream suddenly sounded from the green dragon's mouth. When it landed in front of the green dragon, it discovered that there was a large hole in the green dragon's head. A person shrouded in black demonic light was collecting the green dragon's magical core, eyes, and dragon horn. Hehe, sorry, everything of the green dragon is mine. I advise you to get out of the way. Han Shoror laughed heartily as he collected the spoils of war while hefting the demon slayer edge that glowed with bloody light. The giant silver ape was about to recklessly approach when it suddenly felt a boundless murderous aura emanating from the demon slayer edge. It seemed to be filled with the cries of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits, ready to drown out anyone who approached at any time. The giant silver ape, who had a dozen bloody holes in its back by the divine weapon starry sky, now had an instinctive fear of some peculiar weapons. The boundless aura of ferocity emanating from the demon slayer edge was not as peaceful and natural as the divine weapon starry sky, but instead possessed a boundless aura of slaughter and violence. This aura was much more of a threat to the giant silver ape than the divine weapon Starry Sky. Therefore, the giant silver ape could only watch as Han Shoror took away all the good things from the green dragon's body. It hesitated, not daring to take a single step forward. Urarka, Celt, who had been entangled by the golden dragon, suddenly let out a sharp howl when he heard the green dragon's miserable howl. His voice was filled with grief and indignation. It seemed that Celt and the green dragon had a very deep relationship. The green dragon's tragic death had greatly affected him. There was no room for distraction in battle. Celt's howl had given the golden dragon an opportunity. The golden dragon's fist landed and directly flattened Celt's sturdy armor. 2 streaks of blood hung from the corners of Celt's mouth as he retreated in panic. He looked coldly at Han Shoror, who was standing on the green dragon's head, and said in a low voice, "No matter who you are, I will make you wish you were dead." Celt let out another howl of grief and indignation as soon as he finished speaking. He turned around and fled into the distance. Even with the divine weapon Starry Sky in hand, Celt, who had made enemies on 3 sides, knew that it would be extremely difficult to gain an advantage. Han Shoror, whose true appearance couldn't be seen, was an enemy whose strength couldn't be predicted. Therefore, Celt had no choice but to immediately flee even if he didn't want to. If you don't pull up the roots when you cut the grass, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. After stripping off all the good stuff from the green dragon's body, Han Shoror muttered to himself in a low voice. He then said to the drooling giant silver ape beside him, "The rest of the green dragon's things are yours." A beam of black light suddenly shot up into the sky and chased after Celt along with the golden dragon. They intended to eliminate the slightly injured Celt so as to avoid endless troubles. After Han Shoror left, the giant silver ape let out a low roar and immediately pounced on the green dragon's corpse. It began to devour the green dragon's brain matter and dragon tendons. Although these things weren't as nutritious as the core of a magical beast, they were still able to increase the giant silver ape's strength. Celt didn't fly in Castle's direction as he fled. He hadn't expected that there would be so many experts hiding in the dark forest. He'd originally been able to travel unhindered with just him and the green dragon, but now he'd ended up with the green dragon dead and himself injured. For the proud and arrogant commander of the Redbud Knights, this was an unacceptable reality. Celt, who'd roamed the continent for many years and rarely encountered defeat, was truly enraged this time. As he fled, the image of the figure blocking the black light was deeply imprinted in his mind. He was already thinking of how to use the Redbud Knights to capture the person who'd killed Urarka and tear him to pieces. Despicable human, fight me to the death. The golden dragon's thunderous roars continuously rang out. The golden dragon was determined to kill Celt, but unfortunately, his body couldn't withstand the repeated blows. Not only were his roars much weaker, but his speed had also slowed due to the excessive blood loss. His head was also starting to feel dizzy. If he wasn't a golden dragon, he would have long since collapsed from such heavy injuries. The fact that this golden dragon had been able to hold on until now was truly worthy of the title of the dragon race's strongest physical body. Reptile, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Celt, who'd fled for some distance, finally couldn't help but stop when he saw that the golden dragon was growing weaker and weaker. The divine tool Starry Sky in his hand once again shot out a resplendent galaxy diagram. Under the stimulation of the silver Do Chi, specks of light were like stars shining with a beautiful luster. The vast and boundless aura of the Starry Sky slowly filled the air, enveloping the golden dragon that was relentlessly chasing after him. The golden dragon had suddenly attacked Celt, not giving him the opportunity to use the divine weapon Starry Sky. Celt had only been able to take advantage of the distraction to attack him. Now that Celt's divine weapon Starry Sky had been fully utilized, the golden dragon suddenly woke up as soon as the galaxy map was unfurled. However, it was too late to dodge now. The golden dragon was flying at high speed, but it was difficult to stop even if he wanted to. He could only force himself to change direction in an attempt to escape the range of the Starry Sky Do Chi. At this moment, a sharp whistle suddenly rang out. A black light wriggled forward like a venomous snake, suddenly arriving a dozen meters away from Celt's chest. Celt, who'd been prepared to watch the golden dragon's injuries with cold eyes, hastily retracted his starry sky do chi when he saw the black light rapidly approaching. The starry sky do chi that had been shooting towards the golden dragon once again magically turned around and shot towards the black light that had suddenly appeared. Chapter 323. Crackle, crackle. The nebula that looked like a multitude of stars dotting the silver fighting aura intertwined with the Demon Slayer edge. The originally dark and lusterless Demon Slayer edge instantly shot out a pillar of blood that soared into the sky. The fierce killing intent transformed into clumps of blood clouds, and tiny red rays of light shot out in all directions like lightning. The divine weapon Starry Sky suddenly flew out of Celt's hand and landed at the intersection of the bloody clouds. Specks of cold light lit up on the blade of the divine weapon Starry Sky as it continuously clashed with the Demon Slayer edge, which was brimming with killing intent. A chaotic aura emanated from the center of the two weapons as one explosion after another rang out amidst the multicolored lights. All the plants and animals in the surroundings were destroyed by the explosions as the ferocious shockwaves seemed to spread to an even larger area. Han Shoro, who had been hiding in the dark, felt all the magical yuan in his body madly surge towards the Demon Slayer edge. Extremely alarmed, Han Shoro immediately sat down cross-legged on the spot and fully utilized the magical yuan in his body to provide energy to the Demon Slayer edge at a faster rate. Celt groaned in pain as the veins on his forehead bulged. The rapid depletion of his fighting aura had aggravated his injuries, causing him to involuntarily spit out another mouthful of blood. The golden dragon, who had originally thought that he wouldn't be able to escape this calamity, was momentarily unable to react when he suddenly saw the Starry Sky fighting aura entangled with a blood-red weapon. He stared blankly at the light shooting through the air, slowly feeling that the blood-red weapon was somewhat familiar. It's that person, that madman. The golden dragon suddenly recalled after staring for a while and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Rumble. The sky seemed to rumble with thunder as a burst of concentrated, deafening explosions passed. Specks of light shot out from the gorgeous sky as the divine weapon Starry Sky turned around and flew towards Celt. At this moment, Celt was actually kneeling on the ground. Due to the rapid depletion of his fighting aura, he was trembling incessantly as if he were having an epileptic seizure. The blood at the corner of his mouth had turned into white foam, and he looked like he could collapse at any moment. "I'm going to kill you." The golden dragon saw the opportunity and madly rushed towards Celt without thinking about why Han Shoro had appeared. Celt's body was extremely weak as he struggled to stand up. When he saw the bloody golden dragon charging at him, he threw out a magic scroll with trembling hands. The life-saving scroll transformed into a ball of silver light that wrapped around Celt. Strong magical fluctuations emanated from it. Not good. It's another priceless spatial magic scroll. Han Shoro cursed inwardly as he calmly controlled the Demon Slayer edge that had already shot out towards Celt's neck. Of a sudden light flashed past Celt light. Celt. Space. Celt. When everything returned to normal, of his body had disappeared, leaving only his left on the ground. Of's left of his ear of his. When the golden dragon arrived, he only saw Celt's left ear and didn't discover anything else. Even the Demon Slayer edge had been reabsorbed into his body after the attack. Kill me. I only hope that after you kill me, you'll help me kill that despicable human as well. The golden dragon picked up Celt's ear from where Celt had just been standing. He fiercely stuffed it into his mouth and chewed, all the while shouting to his surroundings. In the dark forest, everything was measured by strength. In the cruel dark forest, the strong obtained everything, while the weak had no right to survive. This was the tacit rule of the super-rank magical beasts and the humans. The golden dragon's body was at its weakest now. He didn't have a space magic scroll to save his life. He'd long since seen Han Shoro's ruthlessness. He naturally believed that Han Shoro would treat him as prey and eliminate him. That was why he'd said those words. Celt's loss of an ear won't affect his strength. He's only injured because he's completely exhausted his fighting aura. When we fought just now, not only did he recognize my weapon, but he also sensed the aura on my body. I can sense that Celt has already met up with the Redbud Knights. Now that we have a common enemy, I don't think it's a good idea to kill you. Han Shoror slowly walked out from the shade of the tree, calmly looking at the golden dragon as he spoke. When he saw that the golden dragon's expression had calmed down, Han Shoror continued, "In addition, I think that you are a golden dragon worthy of making friends with. I admire your courage and perseverance very much. I think that having a friend like you is more valuable than the magical cores on your body. Thank you. You've won the respect and friendship of the golden dragon Sidric." The golden dragon Sidric expressed the greatest respect to Han Shoror in dragon etiquette. "Sidric, I think that the most important thing for you to do right now is to recover from your injuries. This despicable knight named Celt will certainly not let us off after meeting up with the Redbud Knights. However, the Dark Forest is incomparably vast. It shouldn't be a problem for the two of us to avoid them. On the other hand, their large group will make it easy to find them. Once you've recovered, we can join forces to deal with him." The golden dragon's voice was trembling even now. When Han Shoror saw that he could collapse at any moment, he thought for a moment and proposed to the golden dragon Sidric. "I will return to my tribe. Once my injuries are better, I will lead the warriors of my tribe to kill all of these despicable ambushers who dared to offend me." The golden dragon made a solemn vow, and then respectfully said to Han Shoror, "There is a dragon valley in the deepest part of the Dark Forest. In the future, no matter if it is you or your descendants, whenever you need me, Sidric, you can go to the Dragon Valley to find me. I'm sorry, I really can't hold on any longer. I'll be leaving first." Afraid that Han Shoror would go back on his words at any time, Sidric forced a friendly smile at Han Shoror after he finished speaking. He once again transformed into his dragon form and flew unsteadily towards the depths of the Dark Forest. It seemed that his injuries weren't light and that he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Once a dragon reached adulthood, they would usually leave the Dragon Valley and occupy a mountain or river for themselves, accumulating their wealth in the long path of evolution. Some dragons preferred to live alone while others preferred to live in groups. Han Shoror knew a little about the Dragon Valley in the Dark Forest from the Dark Mantle's intelligence, but he had never explored it. This golden dragon Sidric had actually come from the Dragon Valley. It seemed that his background wasn't small. Han Shoror had originally planned to use Sidric's strength to deal with Celt, but hadn't thought that he'd come out in the form of Dragon Tanai. Han Shoror thought that if Celt couldn't leave the Dark Forest in a short period of time and Sidric returned alive, then the Redbud Knights, one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent, would disappear forever once the dragons of the Dragon Valley found him. Now that Celt was seriously injured and Fire Grand Magus Mosso had disappeared, the raid on the underground world would likely have to be delayed. When Han Shoror found the Redbud Knights by following the tracks, he discovered that they had stopped in their tracks and were frantically gathering in the central tent to treat Celt. The central tent was surrounded by layers of knights, and several powerful mags had set up layers upon layers of magical boundaries around it. Han Shoror hid in the shadows and carefully observed for a while. He discovered that it was impossible to assassinate Celt at this time. Even the ground where Celt was standing was as hard as iron under the effects of the magical boundaries. When the Earth Elite zombie failed to break through the boundary, Han Shoror immediately dispelled the idea. Seeing that the Redbud Knights had set up camp, seemingly intending to first stabilize Celt's injuries, Han Shoror understood that their raid on the underground world wouldn't happen in the near future. After observing for a while, Han Shoror saw the druid traitor Castle return empty-handed after an hour. Castle's face was full of misfortune. It was obvious that he hadn't caught Cecilia, Emily, and the others. Only then did Han Shoror truly relax. He didn't continue to linger here, flying in the direction of the Cemetery of Death in the Dark Forest. After resting for a night in the Cemetery of Death, Han Shoror once again returned to the City Lord's mansion in Brettel City the next day using the teleportation array. Walking out of the secret underground chamber of the City Lord's mansion, Han Shoror sighed with emotion at the mysteries of magic. Just yesterday, he'd been risking his life in the dark forest thousands of miles away, using the teleportation array. Now, he'd appeared here, teleporting thousands of miles in an instant. Even the technologically advanced Earth couldn't do this, but this profound continent that utilized magic and martial arts had miraculously done it. After leaving Brettel City for 2 days, Han Shoror suddenly remembered that Helentina had been imprisoned in the prison cell. He suddenly remembered that she hadn't eaten for 2 days. The secret prison cell in the City Lord's mansion had never been used to imprison anyone. After Han Shoror had bound Helentina and thrown her in, he hadn't notified anyone. Therefore, no one would bring her food. Suddenly remembering, Han Shoror hurried to the prison cell and opened it. He discovered that Helentina's face was pale and haggard. Her stomach was shriveled up, making a constant rumbling sound, as if there was a little bird chirping continuously. Sure enough, Helentina had been starving for the past 2 days. If Han Shoror had returned a little later, perhaps such a charming beauty would have starved to death. Chapter 324. Duh. Demon, just kill me, don't humiliate me like this. Seeing Han Shoror walk in, the starving beauty looked at Han Shoror with a weak voice. She wanted to be fierce, but didn't have the strength to speak. It seemed that even speaking was a bit strenuous for her. Hey. I'm very sorry, I went out for some business these past 2 days and forgot to tell my subordinates to bring you food. Han Shoror was truly embarrassed this time. He looked at Helentina and explained sincerely. Helentina, who'd managed to force herself to say a few words, rolled her eyes after hearing Han Shoror's explanation. She pointed at Han Shoror, her pale lips trembling as if she wanted to say something, but no one knew if it was because of hunger or anger, but she didn't manage to utter a single word before fainting. Sigh, Mags are indeed weak. She's already at her limit after only 2 days of starvation. Seeing Helentina faint, Han Shoror couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He'd forgotten that the last time he'd captured Helentina, she'd only been able to eat 1 meal in 2 days. This time, she'd been locked up in Brettel City for another 2 days. In total, Helentina had only eaten 1 meal in the middle of the 4 days. The fact that she hadn't starved to death showed that her body was much better than the average mage's. Han Shoror extended his hand and lifted Helentina up, bringing her out of the prison cell. Han Shoror handed her over to the 2 maids of the City Lord's mansion and instructed, prepare some food for her. Bring her in when she recovers. The 2 maids looked at the pale Helentina in surprise. Their gazes towards Han Shoror were a bit strange, and they withdrew with the unconscious Helentina in fear and trepidation. When the 2 maids walked out of the room, thinking that Han Shoror couldn't hear them, the 2 maids started discussing in low voices. 2 days. The City Lord has disappeared for 2 days and has actually ravaged such a beautiful woman to such a weak state. The City Lord is really a ruthless and licentious demon. Oh, 2 days in a row. How could the City Lord endure it? No wonder he could kill those hateful bandits. The City Lord's endurance is too terrifying. Ari, poor woman. She must have suffered a lot these 2 days. Yeah, look at how haggard she is. I didn't expect her to be like this in just 2 days. The 2 maids whispered to each other as they walked. Han Shoror, who had sensitive ears, could not help but hear their conversation. Han Shoror, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, frowned. He wanted to go over and explain, but he did not know how to start. About half an hour later, Fork, Dick, and Chester arrived after hearing the news and met with Han Shoror in the meeting hall. Fork and Dick arrived in front of Han Shoror and looked at Han Shoror with strange gazes. As a regular knight, Fork didn't say much. As a subordinate, Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle, also remained silent. However, Chester, who had come with Han Shoror, was already very familiar with Han Shoror and did not have too many misgivings with Han Shoror. He smiled and complimented Han Shoror. The Lord is indeed amazing. This lowly one had only seen the strength of the Lord's martial arts before. Only now do I know that not only is the Lord's martial arts outstanding, but the other aspect of your strength is even more terrifying. 2 days, it's been 2 days. This lowly one is truly speechless. Fork, Dick, and Dick seemed to feel the same way. They all nodded heavily after Chester's words. Dick, who was a bit lacking in certain aspects, even let out a deep sigh and lamented, truly, comparisons are odious. This lowly one is convinced. Han Shoror's eyebrows twitched again and again when the three of them said this. He suppressed his anger and swept a glance at his three self-righteous subordinates, explaining, "The truth is not what you think it is. Don't listen to the nonsense of those talkative servants. I only starved that woman for 2 days, don't get the wrong idea." The three perverts did not believe him at all. However, as subordinates, they naturally understood that their superior needed to maintain some semblance of dignity. Therefore, they all nodded and sincerely admitted their mistake, saying that the Lord was naturally not that kind of person. However, their eyes were filled with envy. It was obvious that they did not believe Han Shoror's explanation. "This woman is the Grand Duke of the Helen Duchy, Helentina. Has anyone come to negotiate with you in the past 2 days?" When Han Shoror saw that the three didn't believe him, he couldn't help but reveal Helentina's identity. He thought to himself, "Do you all believe me now?" "What? My lord, you're actually dealing with Grand Duke Helen of the Helen Duchy," Chester blurted out without even thinking. Fork and Dick's expressions changed. Dick was even more serious as he shouted, "My lord, we're in big trouble this time. I think Brettel City will face the crazy retaliation of the 2 Grand Duchess. Once the news that the venomous beauty Helentina is in my lord's hands spreads out, I reckon that many people from the 7 Grand Duchies will be full of interest in Brettel City again. We'll deal with it when it comes. What's there to be afraid of? If the 7 Grand Duchies dare to come, we'll let them have a taste of the magic crystal cannons. 6 magic crystal cannons will be erected on the city walls. If any of the duchies wants to invade Brettel City again, they'll have to pay the price in blood." Fork was obviously a war maniac as he coldly snorted. After pausing for a moment, Fork suddenly thought of something. His expression changed slightly as he said to Han Shoror, "However, if the 7 Grand Duchies continue to attack, the magic crystal mines we have will be far from enough to replenish the magic crystal cannons. Once the magic crystal cannons are no longer operational, Brettel City's current defenses won't be able to resist the attacks of the 7 Grand Duchies. Magic crystal mines were naturally formed ores that could be made into all kinds of magic equipment. Some transportation matrices and magic weapons required magic crystal mines. Magic crystal mines were different from the cores of magical beasts. The energy within magic crystal mines couldn't be directly absorbed by humans or beasts, and could only be used with equipment. Most of the energy within the cores of magical beasts could be directly absorbed by magical beasts. An extremely small portion of the energy could also be absorbed by humans with suitable attributes. Therefore, magical beast cores were even more precious than magic crystal mines. However, although magical beast cores were more precious, most of them couldn't be used as the power source for magic matrices, nor could they be used on magic crystal cannons. If the magic crystal cannons were to be operated, they still needed magic crystal mines. "It looks like we really need to have designs on the underground world's magic crystal mines," Han Shoror muttered to himself in a low voice as he quickly thought about the different uses of magic crystal mines and magical beast cores. My lord's boldness is indeed impressive. He clearly knew that she was Helentina, yet he still dared to capture her and ravage her for 2 days. This kind of boldness that doesn't fear any potential threats is truly admirable. Dick sighed with heartfelt admiration. The 3 perverts seemed to firmly believe that Han Shoror had done something to Helentina. No matter how Han Shoror tried to explain, they wouldn't believe him. Han Shoror was too lazy to say anything more in the end. He instructed Fork, "Use all the gold coins I brought to Brettel City's defenses. I'll have the people of Helen Duchy take out 1,000,000 gold coins to redeem Helentina. If anyone from Helen Duchy comes, report to me." After saying this, Han Shoror no longer listened to the 3 perverts' flattery. He directly returned to his room in the city lord's mansion and waited for the 2 maids to bring Helentina over. Half an hour later, the 2 maids slowly brought a weak-looking Helentina into Han Shoror's room. Helentina, whose mental strength had been imprisoned and who had been starved for so long, felt weak all over. Right now, she probably couldn't even beat a maid, so it was impossible for her to escape from the city lord's mansion. She also gave up on that thought and obediently walked over under the guidance of the 2 maids. Helentina's face was a bit rosier after eating and drinking some water. She didn't need the support of the two maids to walk in. Her bright eyes glared hatefully at Han Shoror. She cursed in a sweet voice as soon as she entered, "Crude and despicable necromancer, how dare you treat me like this? Although you're a sinister and evil necromancer, you should know that abusing prisoners will cause you to be despised by everyone." The two maids looked at each other and fearfully raised their heads to look at Han Shoror. One of them asked in a low voice, "My lord, if you don't have any other orders, we'll be taking our leave." The two maids looked at each other and fearfully raised their heads to look at Han Shoror. One of them asked in a low voice, "My lord, if you don't have any other orders, we'll be taking our leave." The two maids were so scared that their knees went soft. They trembled as they nodded in agreement, not daring to raise their heads. After a while, the two maids saw that Han Shoror didn't have any intentions of punishing them, so they left the place in trepidation. The two maids were so scared that their knees went soft. They trembled as they nodded in agreement, not daring to raise their heads. After a while, the two maids saw that Han Shoror didn't have any intentions of punishing them, so they left the place in trepidation. This time, the two who left didn't dare say another word. It looked like Han Shoror's deterrence had taken effect. After the two maids left, Han Shoror opened his mouth to speak to Helentina, who was glaring angrily at him. "I'm sorry, it was because of my negligence that you went hungry for 2 days. However, I really didn't do it on purpose. I was just careless and forgot." Handing over Helentina's space ring, Han Shoror continued, "All right, I'll return your space ring to you. I don't think this kind of situation will happen again." Helentina's beautiful eyes glared hatefully at Han Shoror. She took the space ring and put it on, but she still couldn't calm her anger. However, she clearly understood that as a prisoner, she didn't have much capital to brag about. After glaring at Han Shoror for a while, Helentina sighed softly and said in a somewhat weak tone, "If you want to use me to threaten Helen Duchy, I think you won't get what you want. 4 days have passed, and there shouldn't be anyone from Helen Duchy coming over with 1,000,000 gold coins to redeem me. How about this? I still have 400,000 gold coins in my space ring. If you agree to let me go back to Helen Duchy, I'll give you these gold coins. How about it?" Sitting on a chair, Han Shoror rubbed his chin as he looked at Helentina with sparkling eyes. After pondering for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "No hurry, I'll wait a bit longer and see. If it really is as you say, then I'll discuss the conditions with you. No, if I can't return to Helen Duchy in a short time, then Helen Duchy will certainly sink into internal strife. If this drags on for too long, then returning to Helen Duchy will be useless." Helentina immediately said anxiously, "This has nothing to do with me. As a Grand Duke of Helen Duchy, you're definitely worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Heh, 400,000 gold coins is really too little. If I let you go so easily, then wouldn't I suffer a great loss? I don't care if your Helen Duchy will fall into internal strife or if your people will be littered with corpses. In any case, don't even think about leaving my place without 1,000,000 gold coins." Han Shoror crossed his legs and leisurely looked at the extremely anxious Helentina as he spoke with a smile that was neither fast nor slow. "You devil from hell, plus 6 magic crystal cannons, that's enough for 1,000,000 gold coins. Don't tell me that your greed has no end." Helentina's charming face was flushed red from anger. Her body swayed as if she was on the verge of fainting. "The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for you. It seems that you really don't have that many gold coins on you. I'm not an unreasonable person. How about this? You write me an IOU. After you return to Helen Duchy, you have to return the remaining 600,000 gold coins to me within 3 months. Han Shoror narrowed his eyes as he looked at Helentina. He waited for her to vent her anger before opening his mouth again. "Greedy glutton, you will receive retribution." Helentina was still angrily making a ruckus. "All right then, you can continue making a ruckus here. Just wait for Helen Duchy to fall into chaos. Heh, I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you company." Han Shoror stood up calmly and leisurely walked out the door without even looking at Helentina, who was making a ruckus. "Devil, greedy devil, I promise you, I promise you. When Han Shoror was about to walk out of the door, Helentina, who'd been yelling loudly, finally gave in and screamed hysterically. Wouldn't it have been better if you had promised earlier? Your body is so weak, making such a ruckus isn't good for your health. Han Shoror laughed heartily and casually took out a contract. He made Helentina press her fingerprint and sign her name, and finally branded her with a magic imprint before stopping. Chapter 325. The sunset glow was as red as the burning clouds. A cool breeze blew gently, making people feel relaxed and happy. Brettel City had been repaired during this period of time. All the holes and scars had been repaired. The two tall magic crystal cannons at the city gates flickered with a faint red light under the sunset glow, as if they could spit out huge tongues of flame at any time. Helentina, who'd been forced by Han Shoror to sign a contract, looked at the two magic crystal cannons that should have belonged to her at the city gates. She felt very upset. Han Shoror was all smiles as he stood on the city walls. Holding the contract, he waved goodbye and said, "Honorable Duke Helen, we won't be escorting you." Helentina cursed all 18 generations of Han Shoror's ancestors in her heart. She was worried that Helen Duchy might rebel at any time. Her mental strength recovered, and she slowly used a levitation spell to fly into the sky. Her bright eyes glared fiercely at Han Shoror for a while, then she gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Greedy demon, I will definitely come back for revenge. Have a safe trip. Remember to pay me back the gold coins you owe me within 3 months. Han Shoror smiled wholeheartedly as he shook the contract in his hand, as if reminding Helentina not to renege on her debt. Humph. Helentina angrily turned her head and slowly flew in the direction of Helen Duchy like a fiery shadow. Under the illumination of the sunset glow, this fiery shadow was like a rainbow cutting through the sky. My lord is really too evil. Not only did he take possession of this poisonous beauty, he even extorted a large amount of gold coins. He really eats people up without spitting out the bones. Chester shook his head and sighed. His gaze towards Han Shoror was full of worship. I didn't think that this Helentina would be so beautiful. No wonder Benedict of Narsen Duchy is so infatuated with her. What a pity, what a pity. He definitely didn't think that my lord would be one step ahead of him and pluck this flower. Dick laughed mischievously, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. He maliciously speculated about Benedict's ugly expression when he found out about this. Lord Castellan, I believe that with Helentina's viciousness, she won't be satisfied after she leaves. As long as she releases the news that our Brettel City has 400,000 gold coins, I think the 7 Grand Duchies will definitely have greedy hearts. Fork, who was leaning against Han Shoror, said worriedly to Han Shoror after Helentina left. Han Shoror frowned and pondered for a while as he looked at the rosy sky. He then looked at the blurry shadows of the mountains surrounding Brettel City. He said to Dick in the distance, "Dick, send some people to the surrounding mountains and invite the mountain chiefs to Brettel City. Tell them that I'm treating them to a meal." My lord, the previous city lords of Brettel City were all mediocre and incompetent people, never able to help them resist the bandits. Therefore, they have never had a good impression of Brettel City's city lords. Naturally, there's no reverence for them. I can pass the news to them, but I'm afraid that they'll look down on us and refuse to attend the banquet. Dick had an awkward expression on his face, hesitating for a moment before explaining to Han Shoror. That was then and this is now. Fulkin of Mount Talai will definitely come. If he passes the news to the others before coming, I believe that the chiefs of the other mountains who know of our strength will also be willing to come down. The past is the past, the present is the present. All of Brettel City is my territory, and they are all my subjects. If these people really don't know what's good for them, I'll let them know how to respect a city lord. Han Shoror said unhurriedly to Dick. Dick nodded and replied, "All right, I'll definitely inform them." Dick was also a mountain person. He'd been in contact with the mountain people in the surrounding mountains before Han Shoror had come to Brettel City. He'd secretly maintained a good relationship with them. Dick originally didn't hold any hope for Han Shoror, but now that he'd witnessed Han Shoror's strength and methods, he understood that if his unruly compatriots provoked Han Shoror, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, as soon as Han Shoror's words fell, Dick made up his mind to persuade his unruly compatriots to come. He didn't want them to die under Han Shoror's undead army. After Dick left, Han Shoror said to Fork, "Use the gold coins in our hands and do everything in our power to arm the entire Brettel city. I've already commissioned some trading companies to transport war chariots, catapults, kerosene, goblin missiles, and other firepower equipment. All you need to do is have the masons tamp down any weak spots on the city walls and increase the height of the city walls that aren't high enough. City Lord, the craftsmen are already working overtime to complete these tasks. What we currently lack the most are manpower and soldiers with combat strength. Brettel City has experienced the poison of war, and the total number of citizens in the city is only about 50,000. Compared to some large cities with millions of citizens, the population is pitifully small. We've been recruiting soldiers recently, but we've only recruited 200 or so soldiers despite such a great temptation. The number of people is far from enough. With such a large Brettel city, it's basically impossible to rely on the 3,000 soldiers in the city to defend the 4 city gates. Even if we have powerful firepower, we still need people to operate it. If we can't solve the population problem, I think Brettel City will always be this lifeless. Fork was indeed worthy of being a knight who had experienced the fires of war. He could see what Brettel City lacked the most with a single glance. This was also the biggest weakness of Brettel City. This was indeed a difficult problem. Han Shoror also understood that what Brettel City lacked the most right now was manpower. However, he didn't have a good way to solve this problem. Brettel City had always been in the flames of war. After so many years, some of the residents who had come out of Brettel City had already compared it to hell on earth. Not only the original residents, but also the civilians from other cities who knew of Brettel City would probably not be willing to move to Brettel City. What Han Shoror could do now was to first ensure the safety of Brettel City, and then start from all aspects. Through good policies, safety conditions, and benefits that would be beneficial to their development, he would slowly attract residents from other cities to settle in Brettel City. However, this wasn't a process that could be accomplished overnight. It would indeed require a period of transition. At the very least, he had to eliminate the threat of the 7 Grand Duchies. Only then would he slowly let bystanders understand that Brettel City was indeed safe. Only then would he be able to dispel the panic of the fearful. Yes, I know this is indeed our biggest problem. We indeed have no way to attract residents to move in for the time being. However, as long as we can stop the 7 Grand Duchies from raiding and spread the news that Brettel City is safe, some of the homesick residents will be willing to come back. Starting from all aspects, I believe that Brettel City will become prosperous sooner or later. Currently, we lack some manpower and soldiers. We can start from the mountain people in the surrounding mountains. This is also the reason why I had them come to Brettel City. I heard from Dick that there are 30 to 40,000 mountain people in the surrounding mountains. Among them, there are actually about 10,000 who have the ability to fight. If we can grasp and make use of this force, in addition to our excellent equipment and 6 magic crystal cannons, we will have a higher chance of success in resisting the invasion of the 7 Grand Duchies. Han Shoror had long since considered this problem and patiently explained to Fork the purpose of summoning the mountain people. Since my lordship has already considered everything thoroughly, then I won't say anything more. In addition, young Master Lawrence will soon send over a few people who are experts in managing the city's finances. Brettel City's military and political affairs should also be on the right track. Fork said respectfully. Nodding, Han Shoror said faintly, "Yes, I'll leave these matters to you for the time being." Currently, Brettel City had 100 businesses waiting to flourish and was extremely lacking in all kinds of talents. The military and political talents that Lawrence had arranged could indeed play an important role. However, these people were all arranged by Lawrence. Once the military and political talents took control of important positions in Brettel City in the early stages, it would be difficult to remove them in the future. If this situation was allowed to continue and Han Shuro kept using Lawrence's people to manage the military and political affairs, this kind of unwitting infiltration could slowly turn Brettel City into Lawrence's. Han Shuro was now much more mature than before and understood this drawback. It was a pity that he didn't have any of his own people that he could use. It was hard to guess whether Lawrence was doing this out of good intentions or harboring ulterior motives. Now was the time when he was most lacking in talents, so he could only leave things as they were. However, Han Shuro had already started to consider the future and was truly considering using some of his own trusted aides. Whether it was training or digging, this wasn't a simple matter. With this thought in mind, Han Shuro gradually walked back to his room. After staying in the city lord's mansion for 2 days, Han Shuro supervised the progress of some of the city's defensive facilities during the day and diligently practiced his magical arts and magic at night. However, the further one progressed in magical arts, the more difficult it became. Just relying on this kind of boring daily practice wouldn't make much progress. On the other hand, Han Shuro, who had the mental strength of a grand magus, could make rapid progress in magic. Therefore, Han Shuro currently put more of his energy into the study of necromancy magic. Using the secret room in the city lord's mansion, Han Shuro could easily teleport to the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was the most suitable place for necromancers to practice cultivation. Not only did it have a dense aura of death, but it also had a complete set of magical tools and laboratories. Every night, Han Shuro would stay in the Cemetery of Death alone and capture some living magical beasts to practice the soul tremor magic spell. Now that Han Shuro's magical arts had reached the separate magic realm, his soul had transformed into an even more mysterious consciousness. The consciousness had some very wondrous uses. Based on his research on the soul and his memories of magical arts, Han Shuro gradually felt that the understanding of the soul in necromancy magic and the changes in the consciousness had some similarities. Especially at this realm, the consciousness that could sense the presence of all living beings in the surroundings, create illusions on people's souls, and plant magical marks on people's souls seemed to have some wondrous similarities with the mental strength that could communicate with the magical elements that were everywhere in this world. On a sudden whim, Han Shuro even considered whether magical arts and magic could be fused together, complementing each other's advantages and disadvantages. However, for the current Han Shuro, it was still very difficult to implement this wondrous idea. This was because Han Shuro had yet to reach true proficiency in any field. Wanting to thoroughly master the two would be a long and arduous process of exploration. It looked like he wouldn't be able to implement it in a short period of time. Soul Tremor was a magic that used mental strength to attack the opponent's soul. Han Shuro had used living magical beasts to experiment for 2 days. Adding on to his understanding of mental attacks, he had gradually grasped some of the essentials of the magic. On the 3rd day, Han Shuro walked out of the Cemetery of Death. The warm sunlight shone on his body, giving Han Shuro a sense of contentment and comfort. As Han Shuro was inspecting the progress of Brettel City, Dick appeared out of nowhere and respectfully walked to Han Shuro's side, saying, "My lord, I have already sent out your invitation as per your instructions. The 5 mountain chiefs in the surrounding mountains have all agreed to attend the banquet in Brettel City in 7 days." Smiling slightly, Han Shuro looked deeply at Dick and said meaningfully, "Dick, you are also a mountain person. I know that you will definitely not be disappointed if I leave this matter to you. Of course, with your methods, I'm afraid that even the mountain chiefs who dare not come will be met with misfortune. I don't want to become the mountain people's sinner." Dick thought inwardly, but his expression was respectful as he said with a smile, "My lord's annihilation of the Red-Beard bandits has given the mountain people confidence. I think that they will definitely be filled with hope when they attend the banquet this time. Perhaps they are a bit more afraid, haha." Han Shuro chuckled as he looked at Dick. How could he not know what the mountain people were thinking? Dick had said everything, so they naturally knew what to do. Indeed, a bit, heh. Dick replied with a dry laugh. Looking into Han Shuro's eyes, Dick felt as if Han Shuro knew everything he was thinking. He couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Chapter 326. The continuous sound of horse hooves rapidly approached from afar. Han Shoror had been inspecting the progress of the construction on the city walls when he saw Fork, the leader of the knights, rush over anxiously. Fork quickly dismounted and jogged to the wall in front of Han Shoror. He raised his head to look at Han Shoror, panting heavily. "City Lord, the caravan transporting chariots and other equipment from Mist City has been robbed by several groups of bandits. The bandits have said that they will only release the people and the chariots and other equipment if they pay 50,000 gold coins. The bandits roaming the way from Mist City to Brettel City weren't large in scale." When Han Shoror had ordered these equipment from the merchant guilds through Phoebe, not only had he warned them to be careful of the bandits along the way, but he'd also had Fork send people to pick them up in advance. According to Han Shoror's judgment, those small groups of bandits shouldn't have the guts to make a move. Now that he'd heard Fork's news, he asked with a gloomy face, "You're saying that several groups of bandits joined forces to make a move?" Fork's expression was a bit awkward as he nodded. "That's right. One group of bandits definitely wouldn't dare to make a move, but this time, 5 groups of bandits joined forces. The guards of the caravan simply couldn't hold them off. City Lord, those damned bandits are courting death. I'll immediately lead the knights in the city to eradicate all of them." "Wait!" Han Shoror shouted, stopping Fork's impulsive actions. He thought for a moment before asking, "How many people know that we've purchased those chariots and equipment?" "The soldiers who picked us up on the way this time know." "What about it, my lord?" Fork was puzzled. He didn't understand why Han Shoror would suddenly mention this matter. Snorting coldly, Han Shoror said, "How could those bandits so coincidentally know that the caravan would arrive on that day? How could they suddenly join forces and extort gold coins from us after robbing the caravan? Don't you think this is a bit interesting?" Fork was shocked when he heard these words. He shouted, "My lord, are you saying that there might be a spy among our people?" "Not perhaps, there definitely is." Han Shoror suddenly shouted, "I won't pursue your dereliction of duty for now. I'll give you half a day to find that spy and execute him. In addition, during the next recruitment, don't carelessly recruit people just because you're short on manpower. Kick out anyone with a dirty background." "Yes," Fork loudly replied and leapt onto his horse. He rode his horse and galloped away with a cold expression. He was the one in charge of this matter. Now that such a big mistake had occurred, he couldn't escape responsibility no matter what. When Lawrence had sent him to Brettel City, he'd explained to him that Han Shoror would be in charge of his life and death from now on. Having witnessed Han Shoror's tyrannical strength, Fork understood that Han Shoror wasn't a soft-hearted person. He cursed the traitor in his heart as he racked his brains for a way to quickly drag him out. An hour later, on the spacious marble plaza in front of the City Lord's mansion, a total of 300 knights were lined up neatly under Fork's orders. All of them were tall and sturdy, clad in shining armor. Not to mention Fork's dereliction of duty this time, the military bearing and aura of these knights had been tempered through his training. They indeed had the demeanor of a grand knight regiment. This proved that Fork was indeed an outstanding knight officer. Han Shoror sat in the City Lord's mansion, not caring about what methods Fork would use to find the spy. He was only thinking about how to eliminate the bandits and obstacles on the road from Mist City to Brettel City as soon as possible. During this time, Han Shoror had placed all of his attention on the 7 grand duchies that could come back to plunder at any time. He'd actually neglected the large and small bandit groups along the way. There were more than a dozen bandit groups along the way, all of them small bandits with a few hundred or even a few dozen members. They weren't on the same level as the big bandit groups that roamed between Brettel City and the 7 grand duchies, easily numbering in the thousands. After experiencing Troda's death last time, Han Shoror had thought that these small bandits wouldn't dare act rashly, so he hadn't taken them to heart. He hadn't expected that these small bandits would stab him in the back at such a critical moment, robbing war equipment worth 100,000 gold coins. This made Han Shoror want to completely annihilate them. The road between Brettel City and Mist City was the most important passage between Brettel City and the Lancelot Empire. If Brettel City wanted to develop, the importance of this road safety was self-evident. If the immigrants were robbed on the road before they even reached Brettel City, No one would dare to settle down in Brettel City, no matter how extravagant Han Shoror's words were. They're the ones courting death, it's not that I'm not giving them a way out, Han Shoror said resolutely as he unconsciously drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Fork hadn't let down Han Shoror's trust in him. He'd only spent 2 hours to ferret out the spy. Han Shoror hadn't seen who it was, but he'd heard waves of blood-curdling screams coming from outside the City Lord's mansion. The blood-curdling screams that made one's scalp numb continued for a while before abruptly stopping. 5 minutes later, Fork walked in with reverence in his heart and bowed respectfully in front of Han Shoror. Fork said in a low voice, "Lord Count, I have failed in my duties." Slightly straightening his lazy posture, Han Shoror shot a cold glance at Fork and asked, "Have you interrogated them?" Nodding his head, Fork replied, "A total of 3 soldiers who joined not long ago. They were all mixed in by the bandits nearby. Because I saw that they were strong, plus we were short on manpower at this time, I allowed them to join the knights without a thorough investigation. This is all my negligence. Lord Count, please punish me." Just as Fork had said, Brettel City was currently in need of manpower. Talents like Fork who could both lead and train soldiers were far too lacking. Fork's momentary carelessness was indeed a dereliction of duty, but Han Shoror didn't have anyone to replace him. Han Shoror was silent for a while, then snorted coldly, "I'll remember this for now. If you can atone for your crimes in the process of surrounding and annihilating those bandits, I'll forget about your negligence of duty this time." Fork nodded heavily and solemnly saluted, saying loudly, "Don't worry Lord Count, this kind of thing will never happen again. None of the bandits who participated in the robbery will be able to escape. As a knight, I guarantee you this." "Good, then gather 100 of your knights. We'll make a trip to the bandits' lair and see if these bandits have the qualifications to take the 50,000 gold coins in my hands." Han Shoror narrowed his eyes as he stood up. Fork could clearly feel the thick killing intent radiating from his body. He understood that these daring bandits would definitely pay a painful price this time. The night sky was as black as a canvas smeared with thick ink. This moonless night greatly hindered one's vision. Torches burned fiercely as they headed in a direction where the air was damp and weeds were growing. Dozens of huge wooden rafts were lined up in a long, willow leaf-shaped river. Many strong figures stood on the rafts, similarly holding torches in their hands. Noisy chatter could be heard coming from the people standing on the rafts. Fork rode on a warhorse with a torch in his hand, frowning as he looked at the bandits on the rafts in the distance. He cursed in a low voice, "Sly bandits, I didn't expect them to set this place as the transaction location. This is going to be a bit difficult." This area was quite a distance away from Brettel City. It wasn't at all between Seamist City and Brettel City, but rather in the middle of the road between Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. Last time, Han Shoror had captured Helentina with 6 magic crystal cannons and returned to Brettel City from this river. However, because of the 6 heavy magic crystal cannons, it had taken him 2 days to return to Brettel City from here. This time, Han Shoror's party, which consisted purely of knights, only took half a day and arrived at the agreed location at night. It had to be said that the bandits had indeed chosen a good location this time. Once they took the 50,000 gold coins, they could quickly leave this place. Han Shoror's party, which consisted entirely of knights, would have no way of chasing them under the obstruction of the river. The location of the transaction had been announced by the bandits at the last minute. By the time Han Shoror's party knew it was this place, it was already too late to prepare. They'd unknowingly fallen into a passive position. This group of bandits isn't simple. They've arranged everything properly along the way and even tricked us. Once they take the gold coins, they can easily escape with the help of the rafts. The knights won't be able to chase after them at all. It looks like we've really encountered a group of troublesome bandits this time. Han Shoror said to Fork as he gazed at the bandits in front of him. "My Lord Count, what should we do? Even if my lord is a necromancer, those dark creatures won't be able to move freely in the water." Fork anxiously said to Han Shoror. He was prepared to atone for his crimes and had brought out all of his enthusiasm, intending to go all out in this transaction. There are actually a few light mags on the other side. It looks like these bandits had planned this long ago. These light mags should be here specifically to guard against me. Could it be that this matter isn't that simple? Is someone scheming against us in secret? Han Shoror's Yin Demon had just passed when he first saw two low-ranked light mags and spoke softly with surprise. One was a light journeyman mage and the other was an adept mage. Light mags of this level had limited use against high-ranked evil knights, but if a gargoyle that could fly approached them, even a mid to high-ranked holy light spell would be able to cause considerable damage to the gargoyle. Therefore, when Han Shoror saw the two light mags, he immediately became more vigilant. He waved his hand and said to Fork, "Stop for now. I'll take a look at the situation first. If this is a trap, we'll immediately retreat." By now, there was only one Yin Demon left out of the three that Han Shoror had refined. This made Han Shoror's observation speed slower than before, and he couldn't cover the entire area like before. In his heart, Han Shoror had already started to consider whether or not he should spend some time in seclusion to refine a higher-ranked mystical demon. A Yin Demon circled around the wooden raft on the river and really did discover the war equipment that Han Shoror had purchased. There were even Fabian and Jack of the Boot Merchant Guild among them. The two of them had been tied up tightly by the bandits, with two gleaming steel blades pressed against their necks. Fabian and Jack's expressions were shriveled, and it was obvious that they'd suffered quite a bit of shock. Apart from Fabian and Jack, there were also a dozen or so merchants from various merchant guilds, as well as 30 or so captured merchant guild guards. They were all tied up tightly, with bandits guarding them from all sides. The Boot Merchant Guild, which had won against Cameron in a grand gamble, had become one of the Imperial Merchant Guilds. Cameron had been unable to recover from this setback, and had also lost the trust of many merchant guilds. On the contrary, the Boot Merchant Guild had taken advantage of the situation, gradually becoming active among the major merchant guilds. The war equipment that Han Shoror had purchased this time had been transported by the Boot Merchant Guild in conjunction with a few other merchant guilds. If they didn't get off to a good start, it would affect their impression of Brettel City, and it would be difficult to continue their cooperation in the future. Therefore, it wasn't just Fabian and Jack, the safety of the captured merchants and merchant guild guards was equally important. If they couldn't guarantee their safety, it would be difficult to make up for the losses in the future even if they killed all of these bandits. Han Shoror had a terrible headache as he looked at the bandits guarding the area closely. "Dorcas, what should we do next?" A burly man with a rough appearance and a height of 2 meters was obviously the leader of the bandits. He was currently on a wooden raft, facing a youth with a resolute expression and eyes that shone with the radiance of exuberant ambition. This youth was dressed like a small bandit. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and stood ramrod straight, like a spear that would rather break than bend. The gaudy bandit attire couldn't conceal the light of ambition in his eyes at all. The youth called Dorcas glanced at the bandit leader and said confidently, "Don't worry, I've thought things through clearly. Not letting you kill these captives will give them some misgivings. Not to mention, we have the advantage of a wooden raft in this small river. The 2 light mags we hired with a large sum of money can block the gargoyles' attack. This matter is foolproof. I think they have no other way out than to pay." Dorcas, the commoner genius of the Imperial Military Academy. So it's him, no wonder. Han Shoror had heard their conversation through the Yin Demon. The Yin Demon circled around the youth and murmured, "You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,